seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Welcome.
A very good morning to all of you. Joining us here for the live coverage of the Nissan Presents 2024 Noida Golf Open. We over the past 2 days. We find ourselves on moving day. Here's a look at Rashid Khan, the multiple winner on tour, playing his trade this week here in Noida, and Manu Gandas. Angachima here finds himself on 9 under par top the leaderboard. Veer Alawat as well. Some big names on the leaderboard as we watch the round 2 highlights. I am being joined by the veteran coach and golfer himself, Mr. Amit Dubey, and I myself am Ainesh Aluwalia, hosting you for round 3 and round 4 subsequently tomorrow. Welcome, Mr. Dubey.
Hey, good morning, Ainesh. I see three informed golfers leading the pack here. So looks like it's going to be a good fight to the end because they all are in good form. I'm not sure so much about Yashas, but he's been out of form lately. But Angad and Veer have been playing really good golf over the past month or so. So
Absolutely, and here we have a look at Jairat Singh Sandhu, the first left-handed winner on the PGTI, quite surprisingly in all these years. But we finally have one, and Jairaj, of course, 26, hailing from Chandigarh Golf Club, where we were last week. Saw the wonderful golf being played by Gaganjeet Bhullar there, a winner again on tour as we watch Jairaj beginning his round.
yeah, the first hole is quite a benign par five. It's pretty straightforward. The key is to hit the fairway, and it leaves you a long to mid iron in.
Absolutely. I think, as we could see on the board behind, it's about 530 odd yards and not the narrowest fairways, not the longest of holes. You'd want to start off with a birdie here, definitely, or you feel like you're giving a stroke to the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pin position today is five from the front and three from the right. It's almost like a long par four today.
Absolutely. And M. Dharma, the 38-year-old, twice a winner on tour, hailing from the Karnataka golf course, as do a lot of other pros on tour. And Dharma is one of those guys who's been consistent for years and years now. He's always there in and around leaderboards, in and around the order of merit.
He's a very tenacious character. I've seen him for a good part of 2 decades now, and has his own way of doing things. He's very routine. Everything is very routine oriented with him, as with all top golfers worldwide.
A good
And
definition of being seasoned.
yeah, and Shaurya just recently turned pro. Really good amateur career. The third member of this threesome.
Yes, as we can see, he's turned pro this year. The young 21-year-old seems to be a strong kid as well.
Yeah, he's got some good club head speed. Watched him hit on the range.
And takes a strong swipe.
Yeah,
Not looking too concerned. Probably a good hit for him.
so not a golf course is a golf course where you need to. It's you don't want to overpower this golf course. It doesn't allow you to overpower it. If you just play just what the hole demands, you'll get along quite well here. The moment you start trying to overpower, because the greens are extremely slopey and in the back nine extremely small. So you don't want to miss it in the wrong place because they all elevated greens. If you try to overpower it, you end up behind the green on Noida golf course is a place you don't want to go.
I agree with you. I think the first look, if somebody walks onto the golf course, they might think that it's not a very long golf course. Fairways are usually hard, so the ball has a good run out, so it shouldn't be a problem. But year in, year out, we watch. Noida is one of those golf courses that does not really produce low scores, which is why when I watched Yashas's round yesterday, it was impressive that he shot an 8 under par, which is a rarity here.
Another thing, contrary to other golf courses, not a golf course greens are a little more grainier than usual. You would, as you played on these greens yourself, you actually prefer downhill putts here, down grain downhill putts, because when the grain is so strong, you if you have a putt going into the grain, it's generally bounces around, and when the ball is bouncing on the green, it's the chances of missing are much higher, right? This is one golf course where you want to have a downhill putt, you want to hit a down grain putt, a faster putt, so you know that okay, it's definitely reaching the hole. So this is something very contrary to other golf courses where you want an uphill putt so you can be aggressive with it. Out here, you want a downhill putt so you don't leave it short, because into the grain it's really slow out here. So the Ainesh, the stimp meter reading for today is about 8.10, which is relatively slow compared to pro standards. But I'm not sure whether 8.10 is down grain or against the grain, because down grain it's is, I would say, it's much faster at NGC.
I think I've always found the golf course to be tricky throughout. I think the trouble begins the second you walk onto the tee box, and most of the tee boxes at least. And even like when we said the first hole being an easy one, if you miss it to the right or left, your chances of making a birdie reduce, and then you feel like you're giving a shot back to the field. And then when you come onto the greens aren't the largest in Noida, so the golf course has its defense, in my opinion, because of it being tree line, and then the greens, like as we watch here on number two, just trickling off the bunker.
And over the years, these greens have become smaller and smaller, because in yesteryears that ball would have been on the green still. So with all the top dressing, the this and you know the greenskeeper has to cut less, so tend to cut less. So these greens have actually diminished in size.
As you watch the ever so tall Harshdeep Singh Sethi, always smiling, also a winner on tour.
He might have hit this green with his tee shot, Anish. He has,
He could easily
yeah,
do
easily
that.
do it. Yeah, this is again about 350 yards off the tee, tight, tight target. You'd rather be 100 yards away than leave yourself in that right greenside bunker or the left greenside bunker.
Absolutely, because I think a lot of the times, most of the players walk onto the tee and think that they can drive this green, which they can. But the second you miss it to the right or the left, if you're not in play, you're struggling to make par again, and you might be 40 yards out.
Yeah. So it's more like a old style golf course, I would say. Like it's not the newer golf course is they have much bigger greens, wider fairways, longer also. So I think at just about 7,000 yards, its only defense is its elevated, tricky putting surfaces.
Absolutely, and we've seen that year in year out. I mean, more so than ever. I think most of the times the winning scores are barely double digits, if at all. And these are some of the better golfers as well. Like we've seen Honey win here, Amardeep win here. These are guys who hit it straight, hit it long, but then nobody tends to go low 14, 15, 16 under par. We can only hope. That's the story this week, though. We already see a few of our leaders at 9 unders, 8 unders today.
I saw the green. I went to the golf course yesterday to have a look at the putting surfaces, and they were looking good. They were looking uh, probably smoother than I've seen them in yesteryears. It definitely looks smoother.
Absolutely, like looking at them on the screen. I haven't had the fortune to go to the course, but they look pure. They look smooth. The fairways look there on a good cut as well.
You can see Harshit Sethi has his father on the back this week. And Pukraj has Raju. Raju is Mukesh's all-time. Mukesh won all his tournaments with Raju on the bag.
So Raju probably has more wins than everybody combined in the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you got Pokhraj, one of the more power hitters. If you've had a chance to watch him play, it's very through and through aggressive the way he approaches his game. I wouldn't be surprised if this is for a three here, given we saw him from the bunker. We've easily driven that.
Yeah, this is a very much drivable for both Harshjit and Pokraj. The third person, Badal, is probably not in the same league as far as driving distance is concerned.
He's been plying his trade on the PGTI long enough to know that there are more than one ways to score. And Harshjeet, not sure what this is for, but it definitely is his second putt, and he'll want it to be the last stroke on this hole.
This one has got a serious right to left grain on it, Inish. It moves drastically. He's, I would say, at least 3-4 inches out of the right. Oh, this one actually didn't. Had me fooled too, and had him also fooled.
Yeah, he was aligned well outside
Yeah.
the right, and not to be for him a three putt on the second. With plenty of holes left, plenty of chances.
So let's put a question to you, Inish. So if you were to play and you were on song with your game, you're hitting it well, and what would you hit off the tee on number two?
I think I'm definitely going for the green. Depending on the day and the wind, could be a three wood or a driver, but I think I'm definitely going to go for that because I think that for me the tricky part is a lot of the times a weak iron shot to the left or the right because you can miss it with a 4 iron or a 5 iron as well, and I think if you miss the fairway with a 4 or a 5 iron here, that's a definite bogey. So then I think I'm going to be aggressive here, and if I miss hit it to the left or the right, I'd still hope I'm in position for a par.
Badal must have got a really good read on that part with after watching Pokraj's chip come up just short. So good read on it.
Wonderfully
Yeah.
held by him. As we watch the familiar faces, the superstars of the Indian tour, and fairly young, both of them. Hani Besoya on the tee, starting his round at 5 under par, and he's a previous winner here, so he knows what he needs to do over the weekend to catch the inform leaders. Hani 27 plays the DLF Golf and Country Club, 7 pro wins for him, and he never holds back when he has that driver in his hands, and that's a wonderful swipe by him. A very interesting group, this Rashid Khan, Hani Bisoya, and Manu Gandas. All three multiple winners on tour.
Aggressive also. They like to take the bull by its horns.
I think there's a reason why players like Hani and Rashid have won consistently on a golf course like Noida, as Rashid finds himself 6 under par starting his round. Strong swipe by him, the 33-year-old. Plays at the Delhi Golf Club. And for all the viewers here who've followed golf and Indian golf in particular, they don't need any introduction for these three. And Manu Gandas, what can we say about him? An Order of Merit winner, played a year on the European Tour. Just an absolute fantastic golfer, knows how to score. He starts 7 under par.
Yeah, he's like the Scottish Scheffler of Indian golf. He has he doesn't attach too much emotion to anything, and he goes around doing his work. And I've had a chat with him just before he won the event at Tollygunge. And I said, "What is your game plan?" He says, "I'm just going to do what I normally do every day." So, and you can see that from that statement that he knows There's some, a very interesting question as far as a golfer is concerned when it comes to winning a tournament. Shall I make it happen or shall I let it happen? That's a very, it's a question that every golfer actually doesn't know the answer for. So sometimes you make it happen and it happens, and sometimes you want to make it happen, it doesn't happen, and you let it happen, it happens. So you must have experienced it with just a round of golf also, that sometimes when you force the issue and you actually get it going and the momentum kicks you through, and sometimes you force the issue and nothing happens, and then you just relax and let things unfold and they start happening, right? So it's but Manu Gandas is from the latter. He lets things happen. He's not someone who's pushing the buttons. He knows that if I'm just there, and even if I'm just going to do what I can do, I know how to do best, and things generally have unfolded correctly for him.
Yes, absolutely. I think whenever I look at the demeanor of a player like Manu, I think he never gets flustered. He just goes and does his thing, and usually his thing is shooting low rounds in the 60s.
Another thing, I was just looking through the leaderboard out here, and if you look at the top five players, let's say we go Yashas, Veer, Angad, Manu, Rashid, Honey. Okay, top six. Three guys are from the Golf Foundation. Three of them. And this is, I was just going through this. I said, and we don't give the my friend runs it, Amit Luthra runs the Golf Foundation, and I said, I congratulated him yesterday. I said, Amit, I'm just looking at this leaderboard, and I see three of your boys here. And he says, yeah, thanks. So I said, you know people like him have really spurred on Indian professional golf. We have Shaurya with a relatively easy chip on number one. It's straight up the hill. Would you land it short or would you land it on, Inish?
I think I would land it on because the greens usually are fairly receptive, and sure, yeah, there
Choosing to land it just short, and
comes up a little short as well.
yes, and you see the different grains, and that's the tricky part of NGC. That drastic change in grain, and you need to. So you got to. It's a really good guess. Basically, every time you take a line, it's a really good guess.
It's not easy to
Unless somebody
hold.
shows you the line from behind, you're right.
It's not easy to hold putts here, and I think um, the players need to be a little more aggressive. Given the guys who are on the top of the leaderboard, I mean, names like Veera Lava, Tangachima, these guys are all winners, and they're all winners at an international level, at least. Players
And
like
in
Manu and
form.
Rashid, exactly. And I
And in
think
form. They're not gonna come back to the field. You can be rest assured about that. You need to get to them.
yes, players like
Yeah.
Shaurya, players like Jairaj, I think they have their work cut out. They know they need to pick up shots because, like you said, the guys sitting on the top of the leaderboard are not going to come back to the field.
So I think 4 under is very much, and the guy at 4 under, if needs to smell victory, he needs to shoot at least 66 today. He needs to finish at 10.
That's a wonderful putt by M. Dharma, choosing to take the putter from the second cut of grass, took it well over to the right of the hole and leaves himself a tap in. So, all in all, not a bad ending for him on hole number one. Jairaj, on the other hand, has been waiting for his turn for quite a while, so I could assume that he has a chance to make a birdie, or maybe better.
And this I haven't seen this pin position for a long time, by the way, on this hole. So we've been covering NGC for the last 2-3 years, and I haven't seen this pin position. Normally, it's on the third day, it's top right. It's this top right goes, and the fourth day is generally top left. This is a pin which is very gettable because this is a collection area on the right. So if you want to make a good score on this, so you don't want to actually hit to that pin. You want to hit it to the center. And this is a relatively very easy putt. But again, NGC, I would rather have a downhill putt than an uphill putt. So he's got to make sure he has the pace for it to reach the hole actually. So generally, people you'll see coming up just lacking speed all the time on
That's a
uphill
good
putts.
example of what the NGC greens have to offer.
So during our telecast today, we'll be watching everything unfold. Let's see how many people hold uphill putts compared to downhill putts, and we'll have a
We'll
stat
keep a
of our
little
own.
tally.
Yeah,
Gerard, been waiting for quite a
and
while.
he's got a good read on this. So this Shaurya has shown him what to do, which way it's going to move at the end.
I think that is important because the breaks, usually, I think if you know that the ball is breaking, let's say half a cup or a cup from either side, it's still an easier read depending on the speed. But when you're not sure if it's going to be right edge or left edge,
Yeah.
it's those subtle breaks where if you just choose the wrong line, and sometimes it's very difficult to know. Like, I mean, a lot of people assume that if you're playing professional golf, then there might be an exact way to
And
actually
it's
read it.
and people say, oh, you have a home course advantage. And the home course, the greens are playing at 6. The grain is so much more effective. And when the green gets faster, the grain gets cut out of it. So now
Absolutely.
your reads are different from if you are playing a lot of professional golfers come and play practice rounds at NGC. They offer a really good discount on the green fees for pro golfers. So when they come and suddenly you see a lot of movement, and then the tournament comes and the movement is less, and you're thinking, generally it moves this much, should I take it less or should I not, and that indecision sets in because of the change in the green speed. And for the viewers, I'm talking about right now is gravity and friction are two things that affect the way the ball turns. So, moment the grass is cut at a lower level, the friction reduces. So the effect of grain reduces, and the effect of gravity becomes more prominent.
We have on our screens in white, we have Ajitesh Sandhu and
Harinder,
Harinder Gupta, of course, both veterans on tour. It's good to see Ajitesh back and playing. He's been riddled by a few niggles, a few injuries here and there, and recently married as well as have been a few other golfers.
yeah, it's been a
It's been the
marriage,
season. It's been the
been
season
season
for
of marriages,
golfers.
yeah. I was going through that. Like every time I opened my Instagram, somebody was getting married or engaged or whatever, right? Rahil, Ajitesh, Amardeep,
Amardeep,
there's someone
Veer.
else, Veer, there's someone else also.
We are coming up to the off season. Maybe a few more of them get married as well. Certainly, everybody who's gotten married, surprising, not surprisingly, but it's a happy coincidence. They've all found a good run of form as well. Ajitesh, of course, married to Tressa Malik, another top golfer that the country has produced. Of course, she plays and practices for the WGI and on the LET tour.
Yeah, the Indian women are doing well. As they're, with WGI and especially DLF. DLF is such a big promoter of women's
Women's
golf,
golf,
so
yes,
they get to practice and play at DLF,
absolutely.
which
One of
is
the better
been, yeah.
facilities in the
I
country,
have,
I mean.
I've played a lot of golf around the world. I haven't I actually think DLF is the best facility I've ever seen. I haven't been to the Masters, so I can't tell you more about that. But the way the condition of the course and the layout, it is phenomenal.
I have fortunately been to the Masters, so I can draw that comparison. But yes, DLF, if we take the major golf courses out, is very prime. And on our screens we have Manu Gandas, of course, a player who practices and plays at DLF, and that's a wonderful iron shot by him. So
You
he's
can,
gonna have a look at three there.
yeah, it's at with this pin and the way the fairways are. They're not the softest right now, and the ball's going a fair bit. So it's more like a long par four than a short par five.
And
So
what's
if you
impressive is Manu did what you've been talking about, leaving himself a downhiller.
Yeah. So one thing is for sure that this putt is not going to remain short, which is so generally people, when you see fast greens and people generally hit it past the hole, right? And it's vice versa on slow greens.
Yes.
Oh, I left so many short. Yeah, but if you leave yourself downhill putts in NGC, that is not happening.
And we have making our way to the leader group now. And we have Yashas M. Chandra. He was there knocking on the door last week as well. No surprises, him being.
I watched him play the national games at Delhi Golf Club. He was swinging it so good, and he had a resounding victory there. He won gold, and silver was won by an in-form OP Chauhan. So this
That's a
guy,
dangerous
yeah,
player to have
this
informed in the
guy,
field.
he was a wire to wire winner. He led all 4 rounds, so he knows how to get it done.
He's one
So
of those very sure golfers. He knows exactly what he's doing, what he needs to do. He has his way of going
and good golf
about his
swing
business.
also. Really,
Absolutely.
really
And
good lines. Really, very, very neutral. Not too much happening there.
he's got a very sure viewer behind him, Jay Prakash. One of the comforting faces on the PGTI, at least for me, whenever I put in my scorecard. Yasha's there,
He's a,
comfortably finding the middle of the fairway.
yeah, and he's sneaky long. Yeah, he's sneaky long. I can tell you. Beautiful transition also.
And of course, another player from DLF, Veer Alawat, the
Long
28-year
levers,
old.
long levers, wide arc helps in getting some distance.
Oh yes, he can pack a punch, and he's one of those guys who doesn't usually go for the full throttle, but he has an extra gear. Might have used it on the first there, just a bit to the right, following his fellow DLF player Manu Gandas, just on the right side of the fairway. First cut of the rough, no trouble at
You
all.
can see how much roll they're getting on the fairway, Inish.
It makes it easier
Yeah.
then. I mean,
So
especially a hole like number one, you don't have to really necessarily pummel the ball. You can just put it in play, and the ball's going to run out a bit. And of course, Angat Chima, the 34-year-old, he's been knocking on the door for forever now. I mean, he is a winner on tour, yes, but since last year, ever since I've been covering and I've been commentating, it just seems like every week I'm repeatedly taking his name, and wouldn't it be great to see him win and close out a tournament? And Angad, another one of those guys who's recently gotten married, so congratulations to him as well.
see, I knew there was someone else.
And
It's just
finally,
not
the left side of the fairway does Angad. So all three.
probably then the easiest side to come from to that front right pin, and we have Kalu on the bag of Yashas, and Kalu was my first caddy from Army Golf Course. So I've known him for 2.5 decades at least, no, three actually.
So we know that Yashas has got the right mind on the back for him as well. So he's got the right support running.
Let's see if Ajitesh can get a good read, has read this one correctly. We saw Harshjeet overreading it.
And it goes to show he's taking his time. He's taking that extra few seconds to be sure, because the greens are tricky. And the comfortable stroke for him
Yeah,
there.
and I like the speed of that part that he had. He showed a lot of surety in what he's decided to do, and
Do you think the, the way to approach putts here? I mean, this is probably a little short for that, but anything that's over 5 feet, roughly, let's say 15 feet, where you might say that a golfer or a professional golfer would give it a good run. Do you think it makes more sense to be slightly more aggressive than actually just trying to make it reach the hole, especially on an uphill putt? Like let it go 3, 4 feet by. Do you think that gives it a better shot at holding it, or do you think the regular approach of leaving it a foot?
I think more important than that is you need to be really confident about your line, nothing else, because that confidence and stroking it comes when you are confident about having read the line correctly. And it's good to have a good caddy at NGC, because at NGC, if you are not a regular out here, it's tricky to read the lines. So I would say being sure of the line at NGC is the key to holding putts. And even if you take it wrong a couple of times, it doesn't matter. You should not be indecisive in NGC. You should just commit to it. And because sometimes your brain is saying it's right to left, but it's left to right. And the caddy will tell you it's left to right, and you say, "Oh man, it's not going to turn right." But then that's the time you need to trust that.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that's what happens on these dreams. Sometimes you're just not sure.
That's the only thing you need to be in NGC. You're okay to read a couple of them wrong or overread the underread. That's okay. Don't doubt yourself.
I think this is one of those golf courses that does not produce, first-time winners in the sense that someone who's playing the tournament for the first time or or the golf course for the first time competitively. It's very difficult for players like those to come and win because you can't, like you said, overpower the golf course. You have to hold putts here. You have to make those putts for pars as well.
Yeah.
And a good, not a parallel comparison, but a comparison would be the Masters as we have this week. Is another one of those golf courses where it rarely produces players who playing for the first time because the greens and the grass around it is so tricky that it takes like a couple of years, 3 years, 4 years to actually figure out how to hold putts there and where to leave yourself to actually win. I mean, of course, unless you're Tiger Woods,
Now,
but
this shot, he's 20 yards from the green. It's not more than that. It's tricky. He needs to pitch it between the bunker and the front of the green with a low trajectory. He pitches it on the green, he'll roll over the back.
and coming from the right side, he has that bunker to also miss.
So let's see where he pitches this. See, he's pitched it just short. No, but he hits it. He hit the fall. He hit the false front of the green. So it's not an easy chip. You can. So it's your landing areas when you miss on this and you're chipping out on the green are very small.
Yes, and we
You're,
saw Dharma taking an absolute different approach. We watched him in the center of the fairway there. He must have taken a mid iron off the tee and then choosing to hit his approach from a little further out than Jairaj did.
I don't think he has the horsepower to get to that range where he can chip it on. And if you don't chip it on, if you're going to do that, you see how the trees funnel in. So if you can get past that funnel, you're clear. If you're short of the funnel, it's you don't want to. It's no use. You'd rather lay it up further back.
As we watch Angad on our right with his second on number one. And while we watch where he ends up, Shaurya now taking the aggressive route, missing it a little to the right. And he's over there on the card path. He has that bunker to contend with. I think he's done a wonderful
Yeah, he
job.
couldn't have. Yeah, this is probably 9 out of 10 from there.
But I think that's the thing. And he wouldn't even have to have missed the drive too far to the right for it to have ended up there because the run out on the fairways, the ground's hard, the fairways are cut, and the ball is rolling out. So even if you miss it by 5 yards, it could end up being
Yeah.
20, 25 yards
Yeah,
right of where you
yeah,
were.
absolutely. And you can see Veer has got nothing more than an 8 or a 7 iron. We could see him in the background while Shaurya was pitching out.
And Yashas now with his second. That's wonderfully captured iron shot. And that's a wonderful second shot by
Must have
him.
looked really good to him.
Absolutely. It comes up a smidge short, but rest assured, I think he's going to give that a good run for sure.
And you can see Veer has got nothing more. That last mound is about 160 yards to the front.
They're coming out guns blazing. The leader group is. All three of them coming up with the better tee shots than the rest of the field. Two really good iron shots. And now it's Veer's turn from the right side of the fairway.
Yeah, he just needs to, hit like a high, soft cut into the spin. Start at center, soft bleeding cuts, something that lands really soft. And he has the trajectory for it. Let's see where he's come to the center of the green, which is that's the area you want to miss it with that pin.
Making it sure for himself.
Yeah,
So smart play.
it's 4 is a good score. 3 is really really good. I don't think let's go and see our score sheet today. If somebody's had a 3 on number 1 yet. Jairaj with his birdie putt on number two. This one moves a lot from right to left. You can see he's given it quite a lot of borrow there.
I mean, we haven't seen enough to make that conclusion, but it is.
So
It does
yeah,
look like players are struggling, especially when you're, let's say, outside that 20-22 feet range on uphill paths. Especially, they're struggling to get it to the hole, and then they leave themselves these 3-4 footers, and sometimes you're again in that little bracket where you're just not sure whether it is coming a little from the right or a little from the left, and you choose the wrong line, it just swerves off to the other side, and suddenly you have a three putt without really making too many errors. I mean,
you can see Jairaj made a three on number one. So already had 1-3 on number one. He hit it really close, and Shaurya gave him a good read on it also. And our screen now is Shaurya. He's probably one of the very few people who's made par on number one. There's been three. There's been 1-3 and all fours there.
quite an unorthodox putting grip there,
Yeah.
swiping it by over the hole.
I had one rule at NGC. I don't know if it's going to benefit our viewers. If I have a uphill putt in NGC and I generally take a little less line, it helps me hit it a little firmer.
But it is
That's it.
true.
Yeah, I just take a little. I don't even say have to hit it firmer. I just take a little less line. It makes me hit it firmer, and I know that one error that people tend to make at NGC and uphill putts is leave it short.
Slightly knockout for Jairaj.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of borrow on this one. I would say like half a ball left or right.
And
Right. Sorry, he's a left-handed golfer. He's under borrowed that.
unfortunately, on cue there, that's exactly what happened. I mean, you're just sometimes not sure. It doesn't have to be a bad stroke or anything at all. But I mean, he recovered well, put it on the green after that tee shot on number two, and put himself relatively in a decent position after that long putt, 3 feet out of the hole. But you just can't be sure. Sure enough for his cleanup.
Yeah, he's got quite a prominent forward press.
And does well there. You watch the group in the background. Of course, all three of them, Manu, Hani, and Rashid, they are not holding back or laying up. Let me get back to the leader group. And for our viewers, Yash is there. He's not taking a penalty drop. This week, there's lift clean in place, or sometimes we refer to it as preferred lies. So if you're on the fairway, you can take a club length either side, not closer to the hole, and place your golf ball.
Which I find is really something. Earlier, I used to wonder why we used to do that so often on PGTI, but I realized that golf has to be a game of skill, and when you have indifferent lies on fairways, luck factor becomes a big part of it, and it shouldn't. And it's actually fair to play preferred lie as a result.
Especially given if you look at the makeup of our country. I mean it's the way the weather works, and with water levels, the way the monsoon season comes up, as we watch Veer for his three from the left side of the green, and giving it a good run. Should be an easy tap in for him.
Yeah, that shows his nerves are intact. He hasn't left it short.
The routine four
Yeah.
for Veer. And the conditions, even if the greensmen and the greenskeepers uh, try to keep it as prime and pristine, sometimes it's difficult to do that. There's no harm in that. I think another rule
You know,
that should.
you'll be surprised. We used to have a tournament on the European tour in India called the Avanta Masters, and it was held at JP Greens one year, and I was there, and they played preferred line, and I couldn't tell you how good the golf course was playing. It was the fairways were like really good. Let's watch Yashas. This bounced up a bit. Oh
Oh,
yeah, it
that
must have
must
looked
be
so.
agonizing. He held his finish there. He was He was in it till it did not drop, but nonetheless, should be an easy four for him as well. And Angad now to follow suit.
And they played preferred lie that week. And I asked the tournament director, why are we playing preferred lies? He says no. In the mornings, the watering system was such that the ball was collecting mud in the morning, and that was and going to that kind of level of precision to make sure it's a level playing field.
And I think that like you said, I think that is something that is important as well. I mean, you do want to test golfers through different lies and different conditions, but also you want to make it fair within the field itself.
I think this is for a three though. And she was on the left side of the fairway. He had a really good view at the spin, and we haven't seen him in any putts around shots around the green. So I think this is just got
Another victim to the Noida golf course greens, and
I think he just wanted to power it in.
yeah, and I
Yeah,
think the ball
yeah.
broke more than he expected, given
And he's a good putter.
he's a very good one.
He's a good putter. So more of a mental mistakes trying to sometimes you want it so bad and you kind of get ahead of yourself and
I
you
think a lot of the times players also try to take the aggressive route with their putters, especially on shorter putts when they're not too sure about the break.
correct. So
So
it's coming back to the point. You need to be whatever you decide at NGC because of the varied grains and the slope, sometimes contradicting each other. You need to be sure, even if you miss it. You should be sure about the line because that's the only chance you have at NGC. Rashid in some furniture here, is getting our underneath our cables. As long as he doesn't, we don't lose connection, it's fine. Oh, so you see, oh, he's it over the back. It couldn't be his drive. So he was. I remember him being in that
a little short
short
of the
and left,
green
yeah,
and with
and the
the
left, yeah.
yes.
That is one place you don't want to be. That's almost in the dungeons of NGC. It's
And
dark and
I'm
barren,
not
and
surprised even Rashid making a mistake like that because he's played the golf course umpteen number of times because he keeps playing practice rounds at Noida.
no, he's got playing rights at Noida. Yeah,
And for somebody who knows the course inside out, for him to make a mistake like that only goes to show that the golf course, it does have its trick, but nonetheless we do have some very, very, I'd say, fancy golf being played on the course and some very good scores. And also, we would encourage anybody who is in and around the Delhi NCR region to actually go up to the golf course and watch these wonderful professionals playing golf. It's not every day that amateur golfers get a chance, an opportunity to be up and close and watch them hit a golf ball or make a chip. And if you
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
see if he gets the line. Stands precariously far from the ball, Anish, for a putter, right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got, but he's also one of those guys who's done his own thing for quite a while. And again, I think most of the players over borrowing on number two, but he did hit the putt better than
Yeah, you got the
the
speed
other
correct,
ones we
yeah.
saw. He did get it to the hole. And Rashid now seems to be struggling to get close to the spin position. Numerous strokes under the hole on the left side.
The one jumped up a bit also, so it's going to come up short.
Not a bad effort there. Anytime I think over 20, 25 feet, you're leaving a tap in. It's not a bad effort, but we'll soon update our viewers on what how many strokes he did end up taking is our first look on Manu on number two. He's been.
He's been waiting to hit
I
whatever.
think all three players were
Yeah.
just in different directions, playing the hole differently, missing it on different sides of the hole.
I would love to see a stopwatch timing Manu on every putt. I'm sure it's probably the same amount of time every time.
I think he does. I think that's a fair point. The more consistent a golfer gets, I feel the more exact or close to how they do things, it just gets more and more and more routine.
Yeah, it's more precise, more refined, everything. So they've kind of there's much more clarity in before execution. You see,
Wonderfully all
downhill
man.
putts are much easier in
I'm
NGC.
I'm convinced.
Yeah,
It's funny, it's
Manu.
a different strategy change now. Most of the times, most golf courses, everybody's trying to keep it under the hole.
Yeah,
NGC, you want to go a little above and get downhill for yourself. No flutter in the flag, so I would assume the golf course is there for the taking, at least when it comes to ball striking. Shouldn't be an issue till the wind comes up, so they can take the advantage of the tee. And
this is a par three third hole, and Shorty has hit a really good tee shot. He's left himself an uphill putt. So
I was discussing this with Arjun Sharma the other day, and I think Noida Golf Course offers the one of the best starting four holes, if one could put it that way. It's got a mix of a par three, it's got a par five, it's got a couple of very good par fours as well, and surprisingly, you could be three under par through four holes, or you could be four over par through four holes.
yeah, absolutely. I remember it's the first three holes gives you the opportunity of a really fast start. I remember playing one. I went 3-2, 3-2-2. It's easy. Second hole you can drive it to the front of the green. You hit a good pitch, it goes in, and then first hole is a very it's a mid iron, short iron in. So you can easily start 3-2-2 out here.
Absolutely. If you hit some
Easily, yeah.
quality shots, the scores are there in the initial holes. And again, but if you just have slight misses as well, you could be starting with four bogeys.
It's the thing with the in Noida golf course and professional golfers. Generally, professional golfers don't miss big. At NGC, you can't miss small. The trees are too closely grown. They grow too closely. There's no gaps as such. So when you hit inside the trees, you generally are you got your task cut out. You don't have a 70% of the time it's just a chip out. For amateurs who play here and they miss it big, they just hit it in the next fairway.
Yeah, I think there's an advantage to missing it big here.
Yeah, read it perfectly there.
Wonderfully held by Dharma. Well, I've always liked Noida golf course. I mean, I usually either find the center of the fairway or I miss it a little bigger than I would like to. And Noida offers
You can see
quite the course for me.
why Angad powered that putt because the other two had made birdie and that was for birdie. So he knew that he needs to, make it, and that's something you don't need to make anything. You let, you make a good stroke on it, it'll find the hole.
Jairaj now. Another little knee knocker. He missed a putt of a similar length on the previous, but there making no mistake. So might be steadying the ship a little for him as well after that wonderful three on number one. You watch on the tee. Honey now with the honor on the par three. Usually, depending on where the flag is, this is one of the longer greens on course. Anywhere between a 7 iron to maybe a 5 iron for most players.
Angad choosing to layer up on number two. I actually like that play because I know that it's a gap wedge or a side wedge, and if you can hit those close, then you know
I think there's a lot of room as well with the flag where it is. You can choose to fly it all the way up, or you could choose to drop it a little short and maybe run it up a little, depending on what flight you play.
Yeah, so he's brought it in from right to left and is feeding towards the hole. He's left himself a. From that yardage, I expected it a bit closer than that, especially for someone who likes to draw it right to
But
left.
I think he was just trying to be overcautious about going to the left or a little over there, because I think if you go a little left or over the flag, then you basically saying goodbye to a par,
Yeah, that's
taking
right.
the safer route
But
there.
Inish, the playing preferred lie. It's teed up, and
You
if
think
you,
maybe that putt missed on the first had some effect on that wedge? Maybe just to be sure.
I think he just coming back to what you just said. He didn't want to hit it over the green, and that is not what you want to do. You want to hit the yardage that you've decided is the yardage. So, the golf is such a game. It's basically other sports. The ball is moving, so you're wanting to hit it, and it's because it might move away. Golf is the ball is not moving, and you need to use the instrument or implement to move the ball correctly, right? And if you start thinking, okay, I don't want to go there, and then you react to that and then you hit it the other side, and that's probably what might have happened in his case, because Angad is a good wedge player. We've been following him on PGTI. He's been doing really well. That's why I said I expected better than that.
Both Rashid and Honey coming up a little short, and Manu over the hole there with fairly lengthy birdie putt on number three. So all three of them off the tee from the par three, and the leader group now making its way onto hole number two. Some crowds as well, a few people following them. I'm sure as the day progresses, we'll have more and more people.
I would actually prefer, because from where Angad is, it turns a lot. And if the ball is turning a lot, and getting matching the speed is probably more difficult. And I would actually prefer the chip Pukhraj had. That was much all over. That's pretty straightforward. Very little borrow on
It's on the
it.
same plateau as well,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we now, as we watch, still doesn't have a putter in his hand. It would be quite the impressive drive if he's driven it all the way there.
But actually, bunker comes in the way there. That right bunker.
He's just over on the. I think he's just on the side of the fringe.
You might have
I'm not sure, but he does have a lot of room to work with. So it's not the most difficult chip shot.
good technique there.
And there we could see even on our screens the quite severe break, leaving himself 2.5 feet, which won't be a straightforward tap in there. So he's gonna pretty sure mark it down and take his time. Yash just now from coming from under the hole on the left side.
Yeah, this one actually doesn't turn that much. It's relatively, I would say, maybe right edge or something like that. Maybe a tad more, but nothing more than that. But slow.
Yeah, we watched Rashid from little far back on a similar line had a little bump through that putt. Let's see how Yashas fares here.
Yeah, I told you it doesn't break that much from there. It's the grain is going down and across, so they actually,
And he's again left
yeah.
himself a funny distance, and it's just one of those putts where you probably have to concentrate more than you have to on a 30 footer here.
You must have misread by a lot, because that's
He definitely fooled them. I think he made a confident stroke.
yeah.
And now he would want to get back to the top of the leaderboard. It's just been one hole, so not much to say, but making a par on number one after a good tee shot and a good second, might feel like he's due for a long one here.
Yeah, it's early days still. There's so much golf left. Just stay in the moment, young man. Just do what you need to do. You can do it anyway. So he's a really good putter. He knows how to stroke the ball, putt really well. you can't be a good putter in case you don't read the line correctly. So I'm pretty confident that he is a good line reader as well. So see that?
And that's
Yeah.
wonderfully
So,
hold by him, right on cue for Angachima. He gets back that strike. He didn't drop a stroke. Would have felt like it on number one, but a wonderful birdie by him on hole number two, and paid dividends by that tee shot. He didn't take the aggressive route. He took a long line out, placed it on the fairway, hit a wedge on the green, put himself on the right plateau.
we're cleaning up. And we have a split screen on live feed 1. We have the leader group on number 2. Live feed 2, we have the penultimate group on number 3, the par 3. Yashas, a little bit of work, a little more than what he wanted left. A bit of a knee knocker. Manu with the better part of 20 feet for birdie on number 3, straight down the hill. Yashas cleaning up on number 2. Yeah, pretty straightforward clean up there by Yashas. Manu lagging it up brilliantly on number 3.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
A little bit of right to left in it, up the hill. And I just powered it through the brake. Still got a little bit of work left. Yeah, Rashid must have got a really good look at what the ball does around the hole. Honey just hit it right over where his ball is, so he knows the line. He's just going to go up and do the needful.
Back of the cup with that stroke.
Angad on the tee on number 3.
Snatching the honor back there with that long putt for birdie on number 2. Not a very easy green to hit today.
This is it favors the right to left ball flight. It's especially the spin. It's something between a 5 and a 6 iron for most. You can see just
probably going for that little fade from that off the bunker, but maybe not cutting back enough. But fortunately for him, he's over the bunker. So
It's a whole where the pin position dictates the way you want to bring it in, and also the wind. Most of the players can move it both ways quite easily. So, and also the yardage. Sometimes you're just stuck between clubs, and you're thinking, okay, shall I take something off? Then you go with a cut, or you want to put something more on, so you go with a stronger draw. Yashas, I like to move it right to left, pretty neutral. So starts it somewhere right center of the green, brings it back a tad,
It
should be
looks like a
good.
good ball flight there.
Yeah, it seems to be turning a bit too
Seems
much
to be on
actually.
line and
Yeah,
wonderful tee shot by him. One of the better tee shots. Yasha seems to be dialed in, starting his round there. Looks at a realistic birdie on number three. I landed it quite softly as well for a draw, so it's taken it really high.
yeah. He's got a really nice path to his swing. His club's mostly on plane, and when you're doing that, you're not going to turn down the loft of the club through impact. You're gonna deliver the full loft through impact.
He seems to be taking it out to the right a
Yeah,
little, so I'm assuming he's going to play a little draw.
yeah. You can see he's also giving it a lot of air, coming in high, very similar.
He leaves himself a very, very good chance for a two there, and two really good tee shots and one fairly decent tee shot. Not in the
Yeah,
worst position.
Angad is got a very straightforward chip coming up. There's nothing much in it. You can see on your screen this is how the par three number three is designed at Noida Golf Course. It's you'll be surprised out of this. I live in one of those buildings, the one on the right. Actually, I look into this fairway from my bedroom. I have this view every morning, and you'll be surprised how much tree foliage we have on our golf course. It is amazing. You can barely see the fairways. From my place, you can barely see the fairways. It's so dense.
Sometimes I barely see the fairway standing on the tee box here as well. So
Yeah, it's
not
there's
the
so much.
easiest of golf courses.
Yeah.
Jairaj now on number four. Our first look at number four. How would you describe number four? It's a very wonderfully designed hole and agonizingly short there for Jairaj. What do you think
How
about
would
number four? It's a knee knocker.
if I'm driving it well, I just take it on. Even if I'm on the first cut, either side, I'm fine. If I'm not driving it well, I'll just bleed a driving iron, start it on the left bunker, let it cut back in.
But it's
Yeah,
not. I think if you're not having the best ball striking, let's say on the day or in on the week, the fourth hole is one of the holes that you don't want to be standing on, even if you have a five iron, six
that's
iron in your hand.
exactly. You don't aim towards jail. You don't aim right and bring it in. You just aim at the left bunker and try to bleed one in. If it doesn't bleed in, it's still in the
You're
bunker.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, you can still make it on the green. It's not got the highest of lips.
I think if you're not having one of the better ball striking days or weeks, do you think going through 4 days, two or three over par on number four is acceptable?
After driving iron, I just have 9 of pitching wedge left. It's not like I've got an 8 iron or 7 iron. It's not more than a 9 iron.
Yeah,
So
Dharma seems to have the rub of the greens there, wonderfully held by him.
so it's not a difficult hole as such. It's someone it's
It is a tricky tee shot.
yeah,
Once you have the
yeah.
tee shot figured out, then it's a straightforward par four. And Angad on our right with his chip shot, getting fairly ready quickly, and he did
He had a
lob
ch-
it up there,
he
and
had a
he's
chip in
pulled it
yesterday
out.
as well. By the way, he chipped it in on I think it was number 13 or 12.
And that's
Yeah.
the fast start we were talking about. I mean, he missed a very short putt on number one, but he's come back with a birdie on number two and number three, and had that putt on number one gone his way, he would have been 3 under through three holes. So
Yeah, I just thought, I can tell you the mindset of a golfer. His playing competitors have just made four each. He's got a 4 footer for a four. He says, I need to make this one. I can't fall back. And so he just gets your mind ahead of where you are and then doesn't allow you to do what you know you can do. And you're thinking of a result rather than the process of getting the result that you know you can get, right? So that's what happened on number one, I guess.
I mean, I think that is what is happening. He was trying to make it happen on number
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
It didn't, and he's just playing golf ever since. Two really, really wonderful birdies by Angad as we watch Veer for his second on number three, coming over the hole from the left side.
Yeah, this has got a little bit of left to right borrow, but not so much because the grain goes the other way. So it's not then there's not much line, and it's down grain, so he's not going to leave it short. So he's still reached the hole.
Just not enough break there for him, and a three for Veer on number three. Not the worst score. Any day you're making a par on number three.
Yeah,
you're
so I
doing
was
a good
right.
job.
He did chip in on number 13 yesterday as well. So he's having a good chipping week.
Yashas now. You would have not on the exact line as Veer, but I think on in the similar region, and should have a better read because of him.
Let's see if we can get the line correct because he drastically misread it on number two. Mr. Kalu needs to get down on his hands and knees and figure it out. Yeah, well hold, young man. That
Very,
was
very well done by Yashas. So two birdies on number three by our leader group.
this is number four, the straight par four at 400 yards in length. It's a risk. I don't think it's a risk and reward hole. It's actually it's your comfort with your technique at that point of time, which is dictating what you choose off the tee.
I think most of the guys usually just take up a long iron or a wood off the tee because it's more of a placement hole. But people do sometimes, especially with the way the fairways is running this week, they might just take the driver out and leave themselves 40, 45, 50 yards depending on who's on the tee.
Yeah, it's
A lot of options in this golf
a lot of
course.
options. The one that you don't want to do is take a defensive club and get defensive. You don't want to do that out
Yeah.
here because then you just made a relatively straightforward hole.
You have to be very sure of what you're hitting.
Yeah,
Even if you're laying up, you have to be sure.
If you're
of
taking
it.
a defensive club like a driving iron of the tee, at least hit the shot required, with that club. Then you start defending with that, then it's going to become seriously long, unnecessarily. So we have a new leader now. A solo lead is now with Angad Chima. He's birdied number 2 and 3. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yashas is at 11 as well. He's birdied number 3 as well. So two-way tie on top between Yashas and Angad.
Like we said early on, before the leaders teed off, the chasing pack would have to make a move and chase the leaders. They're not going to give back. They're not going to come back. As currently we see on our leaderboards, all three of them are 10 under par. Soon change and be updated.
I'm So let's predict the winning score, Inish.
Oh, on a golf course like this,
It's always
putting me on
good.
the spot so early. Okay, I think the way things are running, I feel the winning score is going to be. Mm, I'm a little flux between 16 or 17 under. I'm gonna go 16 under. Oh, what do you think the winning score is going to be?
Probably. So because I went 9 plus 9 is 18 minus 2. So I'm a numbers kind of person. I think okay, just do your maths. Like that's how we determine the cut as well, right? So yeah, 16 should be a good score. But if somebody gets to 16, I'm not sure he's gonna win though because the three tate. I'm not sure he's gonna.
Yes.
17 is clear, like almost clear, I would say.
I think the reason I put 16 was because I was giving a little defense to the golf course as well, because we know how even if you have a run of birdies, one bad hole.
But the funny thing is, if these three guys play well and they have this mini tournament between them, they can get really deep.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen in professional golf, and two guys are going at it. Like last week at the Valero Texas Open, Akshay Bhatia and Danny McCarthy just had 7 shots between them and the next guy, who was Rory actually. So because they had this thing between them, and they just powered each other on. So if these three guys, Yashas, Veer, and Angat, get a small competition amongst themselves going, it can go to below 17.
Well, what about this man on our screens right now, Honey? He's going to have a say on that. He says, no matter what you do, I'm going to be coming back and chasing, as would his playing partners Rashid Khan and Manu Gandas. A lovely trio. I would have enjoyed. I would have been very confused if I was on the golf course to follow them or the group behind.
Absolutely. Well, Honey, not in the best of forms, so it'll be nice to see him hit, get into form. Yeah, but this man out on your screen is going to have a say at the end. I can assure you that. He's got the character for it. Veer, with his warming up routine on the putting green. So, Anish, since both of you and I both have been professional golfers competitively, what was your thought or your mindset on the putting? What were you trying to achieve before you tee off on the putting green? What were you trying to achieve?
Well, I've always been someone, as we watch wonderful slow motion swing of wheel. This is interesting to watch. A good load back, a great turn, and then he stays within the shot, and there's some lovely weight transfer as well while he does not push forward. So good technique by Veer. You'd know a lot about the technical aspects of the game. Um,
You can see that he has a little strong left hand grip, so you can see there's a little bit of a lean back through impact. That's just because of the way he grips the club. Otherwise, generally movement wise, it's pretty solid, very good balance, good lines.
and he's left himself on the left side. Not sure if he's in the bunker or just short of it, but that's an example of taking the safe play but leaving yourself off
Yeah.
the fairway.
In the yesteryears, that tree which is slanting used to be more upright. You had to hit around it. Now you can just hit over it.
That probably made it a little easier for him there. And
Yeah. So it's,
so that's
it's
the second.
yeah,
That's a wonderful
it's
job.
nothing more than a 9 or maybe like a baby 8 for him from there. So and the lip is quite negligible. So
And our first
sometimes I
look at the
prefer
fifth
it in the
green.
bunker than in the rough because at least you're going to get good contact with the ball and you're going to get the desired yardage.
Dharma's been making a few putts today, and not a bad stroke by him. But coming back to what you asked, I think I've always been someone who's been very sure of putting and how I go about things, and no matter what the greens, I've always generally adapted very quickly, and it's an aspect of the game that comes easier to me as well, and I'm always very comfortable mentally on the greens. I've never had a thought, what if I miss? Maybe because the acceptance of missing is there. And I think with putting, one of the things is also your controllables. You can control your stroke and the read that you have. Once the ball leaves the putter phase, you have no control over it. And I think sometimes that acceptance that there would be two results. I would either miss the putt or make it, and the acceptance of it makes it easy for me to make a freer stroke as well. So whenever I walk into any golf course or a putting green, I'm always mentally just trying to do make the putt, and if I miss it, I'm fine with it. So I usually make a better stroke as well. So I'd miss a putt because of a wrong read, or get hitting the stroke a little more aggressively, or leaving it a little short, but never because I made an error with stroke, or I came out of the shot.
Gerard tidying up on number 4.
I think after that miss on number two, he's just giving that little extra second to the short putts now.
Yeah, because there is line on these greens on short putts. You can't just hit it straight firm. It moves. So you need to make sure that you get the line correct, and
Yeah, sure.
that,
With
that takes
his
some time.
deliberate setup and routine, perfectly on the fairway. He's probably taking a longer club there and leaving himself under the hole on number four.
Yeah, must have looked really good to him in the air. He had it covering the flag from his angle, and Angad on the left side, but the hole is looking like a bucket right now to Angad Chima. He's had a long birdie putt on number 2. He's had a chip in for birdie on number 3.
And I think he's the furthest out of the three players, but he's probably got the most makeable one given how he's been playing. And our first look at T number five, and also an interesting par three with outer bounds to the right. Not the longest, but you see the wall right when you tee it up and you take a look at the flag.
Yeah, the flags 16 in and 4 from. It's quite close to the wall on number 5. So yeah,
Manu
really good golf shot there.
paying no heed to
yeah.
that. He says, "I'm going to be attacking the flag from the right."
Yeah, and he's someone there's no change in his rhythm. He swings like he walks. He even talks like he walks. So it's like his whole he's playing his character on the golf course.
Was it Jack Nicholas or Anupam who said golf is the closest game to life? And Manu there, a bright living example of that. And Rashid now quickly, right after Manu, hitting his tee shot. Not sure where that ended up.
A tad bit short from we don't see the ball on the putting surface.
He definitely went for the flag there. These guys don't look at out of bounds or trees. They have one look, and it's for the flag. Angad now for his three on number two, carefully
So
setting up. Quite a lot of slope there.
how many feet do you think he has left?
I think he's probably out by like 45, 50 feet.
40 feet. Make percentage on the PGA Tour is 4%.
Oh, Angad almost contributing to that stat. A lip out for him. Wonderfully done. Great speed for him as well. So he's definitely dialed in. Honey now on number five with his tee shot, taking it a little left and a little over the hole. So not a bad place. Manu just hit a spectacular shot.
And you can see the difference in color of grass. That's the grain, the way it's going. That Honey Basoya putt is going to turn a lot.
Yeah.
It's going to have at least a foot of break on it.
Yashas is carry there, telling him exactly what the putt is going to do, and Yasha seems to be listening to him very carefully.
This is probably 15 feet mm, up the hill, left to right. He's just holed a 15 footer on the previous hole, so he's got the line reading fixed after number two.
I think, like you said, putting on slightly slower greens coming uphill is a little tougher as well because sometimes you
Yeah.
just want to hit it through the break
See,
or.
just you see today, the ball, the putts will barely make it to the hole on uphill
And that's
putts.
what happened. I mean,
Yeah.
because he, let's say, hit the right speed where he did not ram it through the break, the grain just took the putt a little more than he anticipated. And let's say, had he want to take the break out,
Who's on Veer's bag? Is that
I'm
his
not sure.
friend?
Looks like it. Looks
Might be like
maybe
his
a young
brother.
amateur who
Yeah,
probably
it's
practices at DLF.
similar build. They look like a team.
Well, I'll probably have to message him after the round and ask him, and we'll have the answer for you by tomorrow. But definitely does not look like his regular guy. Maybe, I mean, this is sort of a home event for Veer. It is in the NCR region, so
I like his putting setup. Very nice lines. Very good path to the putter, but that was more line to that Veer. I could have told you that. That one turns sideways.
it took a sharp
Yeah,
break to the
there's
left.
so much of grain on that putt. It's almost semicircular, by the way.
Did fool him.
Yeah, and you see that he's subconsciously he's hit it past because he knows he's taken less line.
Yes.
And you and I both know that when we know that we've taken less line and
We want to hit it a little firmer.
we want to hit it a bit firmer. Probably that's when you tell yourself, okay, listen, realign this one. I need to hit it, take a little more bore on this. Rashid, a little bit of trouble on number five. He's short-sided himself to the right.
Yeah, a couple of options. He's going to run it through that rough or not. Nanga doing his due diligence on number four.
Yeah.
Comfortably hold. Well, not comfortably hold, but he did hold it.
Those putts are never comfortable.
Those putts are
They
never
never will be. So you might as well enjoy the discomfort, guys. And you can see that he's seen the way it's gone through. It's a fairly good idea of how it's going to go backwards also. That's the advantage of hitting it past the hole. You know the line going back. But not the kind of length you want left at NGC.
Rashid now probably have to bump it. He goes choosing to hit the putter there. And he's going to be over the hole, leaving himself about 15 feet for his par. So, not the most ideal way of playing number five, but he still has a shot at making par.
Yeah. Rashid holding his ground. He's still even par. He's 6 under that. He was at that score after round number one. Even par yesterday as well. And two-way tie on top with Yashas and Angad. Manu at 8. He's got a pretty holeable birdie putt coming up. Honey with his birdie attempt on number 5. Let's see if gets the correct read on it. You see the small light green patch left of the hole, Inish?
Yes.
I'm thinking that is where his starting line is. Let's see if he gets this one because this one turns a lot.
He gives it a good.
This one,
wave.
yeah, he was not lying there. It was because that one actually moves straight up there and then straightens out at the end.
Probably on a fall line as well. But a two-part nonetheless for him. I think won't be too disappointed given the length of the first
and
part.
Tell the viewers how confusing NGC is. These guys are good readers of the line, and they're misreading it by a foot, not by an inch.
And
They,
not from
yeah,
not from that far out as
yeah.
well.
So you can see how tricky it is to read the line at Noida Golf Course.
Rashid now for his three. Manu inside of Rashid. So Manu's going to have a look at birdie from a fairly makeable range.
And
And
Rashid,
Rashid holding it out there. So Rashid and Hani both making a three. Very, very different ways to do it, but no pictures on the scorecard. So a par for both of them.
almost a disdain look on Rashid's face. Okay, if I don't
It's
make
just another, well, uh, Friday for him. Easy pickings. And Manu now, as we watch the leaves starting to flutter a little bit. So could make things interesting if the wind picks up. Of course, not with that speed, but let's watch Manu from the other side of the hole to see if he can make his two. On one of those putters stands closer to the ball, doesn't bend a lot, probably due to a few injuries that he has. But he's found a way to do things this way as well, and burning the edge there.
I think he thought he had hit a good putt, so he might have misread it a tad bit. But you saw from his body language, he thought he had made a good
Yeah,
putt.
I
So
think it was
as
a
long
good
as
throw.
you've done that, you're fine. You are going to misread it a bit here and there. And this is the defense of the golf course.
Yeah, you can't second
yeah.
guess yourself with the putts here because you're definitely not
You,
making
you,
those then.
you are. This is the only defense this golf course has with its yardage is that line reading is tricky.
As we
Because
watch Angachima, who's barring the first, has got the line reading right and retaining honor on number five. That's a
Yeah.
wonderful tee shot by him, leaving himself under the hole in a makeable range on the right side.
and they're playing the right tee box today. Sometimes they take the tee box to the left where the trees are right there in front, and you can see on the right side of the greens, and you have to hit it over the tree. That would be actually a easier tee box to the spin today. This one is it's hugging the wall throughout, so your eyes generally tend to aim left, and
Yes.
you
I think most of the players taking a little left to right cut
yeah
onto this hole.
yeah you could see his hands go a little left to right also, right?
I think
Yasha's has been hitting it really well today. See where this one hands up. Looks like it's online actually. Yeah. Probably the
wonderful
place where
tee shot
you
by him.
want to have it without being too aggressive. Yeah.
On a similar line to where Honey was, and it'll be interesting to see if he has a better read than he did. Of course, coming in from closer range. And the third member of this group, Veer
Veer,
Jalawat, also the tallest member of this group.
how tall is he?
I think he's about 6'5".
Wow, that's a lot. Is he taller than Harshjeet?
No,
Okay, Harshjeet is the winner in that category
but
this week.
he is taller than me, and I don't like it. But I've always pinched him by saying I hit it ahead of you. So little victories here and there.
Yeah, you can play this golf course with a 4 iron, Inish. You don't need a. If I were you, I would just leave all the woods at the home because you're going to get home anyway. Like you'll be hitting wedges after 4 irons also.
That's you assuming that I hit a 4-iron straight as well.
Yeah, how many 4 irons can you miss? Anyway,
But all three of them
Yeah.
giving themselves a decent look at birdie on number five.
I remember one week I was leading this event maybe a decade and a half ago, and I was hitting it so far. That week I'd just come back from a tournament on the Asian tour, and I like really striping it. And I hit the greenside bunker on number 12.
Oh, wow.
I was looking for the ball 10, 50, 30 yards short of the bunker, and somebody said, "Oh, it's in the bunker." I said, "Really? It's gone that far?"
Imagine how different the game would have been for you.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ है, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होशी।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
Number 12, I was in the bunker. And
I would give some of the long hitters today a little run
so
for their
that was,
money.
it's just, I was just what I was trying to make the time. Sometimes your timing is so good that you suddenly realize that you have the potential to go a bit further. But it was not there permanently. It came and went.
And our first look at our new sponsor and the hole-in-one prize, the Nissan Magnite, a beautiful car there, beautifully perched up right behind the tee box. So the players walking onto the tee as Dhruv Sharon does.
Yeah, he's had a good look at it. Right edge firm, Dhruv. Make sure the speed's up.
I was talking to Arjun Sharma on the first day of the tournament, and he said, on number 10, no matter what happens, I'm going to go for the flag. And for the viewers, if you don't know the make of the number 10, it's a par 3.
Hello, my name is Amardeep Malik, and today I'm here to tell you about Noida Golf Course signature hole number 10. As you can see, this hole is a hole-in-one prize for the Delhi-NCR 2024, presented by Nissan, and they're offering us a Magnite for a hole-in-one here. This hole is a very interesting hole because it has a very big water feature right before the green and OB behind. The wind is very gusty, and it switches a lot here, so the pros have to be really careful about being very sure of what wind they are playing. And it's going to be a really interesting hole because a lot of guys are going to be starting off this. Half the field is going to be starting off this tee, so I'm pretty sure all of those guys would want to be on the green and definitely trying for a brand new Magnite. Oh, stop! As you can see, this par 3 has a big water body in the front, and the green is almost a semi-island green because it has water in the front and OB behind. As you can see, this is the big water body right before the green, and we've teed off from that side, and it's quite a daunting feature when you're standing on the tee to see the flag just over the water. As you can see, that was a good shot. I have a very realistic chance for birdie. Almost had a chance for hole-in-one, but the golfing gods probably have a different plan.
Wonderfully explained by Amardeep Malik.
I can tell you one thing about number 10 is you rather play it in headwind. One hole, you rather play in headwind.
Well, as long as post my tee shot, the golf ball is dry, I'm happy on number 10 as we move our way back.
Because the depth to the green has reduced drastically, and
Surprisingly, this week, Mr. Dubai, Amardeep was he's usually around the groups to be followed, usually around the back of the sorry, not back of the pack, usually around the leaderboard. This week he finds himself at 1 over par currently, so a relatively average week for him. He's been
how did he play last week?
I'm not sure where he finished, but he was there in and around the leaders as he's been for some weeks now. So consistent golf by him, and Yashas now from a similar line to where Honey
It's
was,
going
and
the
he
other
just
way.
broke to the left. So
Yeah.
seems to be on a fall line there, that little spot. So that would be a 3 for Yashas. And
So our friend Dipankar Kaushal has made the cut. It's his first cut this year, I think. And he was on the putting green yesterday, and actually 2 days ago. And after shooting, his caddy is someone who's quite animated about things. Gaggett.
Well,
And he was saying, this guy, I've told him this, and I said, okay, yeah, he's made the cut. Relax.
you'd assume with the bunker you need a person like that.
Yeah. Actually, that guy can talk more than Dipankar, if that's possible.
I would find that hard to believe. But it's fun
Yeah, it's good
being
fun.
around the
Yeah,
Pankaj.
yeah, he's entertainment.
Absolutely. He
We
keeps the mood
need
light.
people like the Pankaj to play golf, professional golf, because it's quite a mundane sport otherwise, right?
But it's a good energy.
Yeah,
It's a positive energy. He's energetic as well.
absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you on that, because he's someone who's livens things up. Angad with his birdie putt on number 5, and it
That
didn't move.
you think
He
I
got
was just
fooled
about
by
to say exactly
he
because I
got
think he was
fooled by,
coming
yeah.
directly
So
over Yashas's line from the other side, and I
yeah.
think he probably took a little more break there because he saw his putt diving quite strongly to the left.
Now he's thinking whether this one's going to dive or not, because Yashas did. That from there it didn't, and now will it? Right?
Absolutely, and I think usually you would assume that
Sometimes you don't.
greens
Yeah.
that are playing at a stimp of 8.5 would not be giving you 2 3 footers to think about, but players here definitely giving it a little thought.
Sometimes it's you're better off not looking at other people's putts before you hit
I think
yours.
that's probably a good way to go in Noida as well, unless until you're exactly on the same line going in the
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
direction.
Because you these small grainy patches, like you can see, where the grain changes all of a sudden, it confuses you. And if you have it on your line, it goes in. If you don't have it on your line, it's pretty smooth. Otherwise, so yeah, if I was Angad, I would just hit it right center firm and just take the break out of it a bit.
I
Right,
think he's going
right
exactly.
center firm. Yeah, there.
That's what he did. So, comfortable birdie putt missed, a nervy par made, as we have Veer now for his little cleanup. Not a little cleanup, but
I always wonder this aim point. It's basically to do with the slope, right? These greens are so grainy. I'm not sure whether I would trust aim
I
point
think it's just
completely.
maybe habit because
Yeah,
he does play outside the country a lot where slopes
do
determine
matter.
the break more
Yeah,
than the grain.
especially
So
when you're like I said earlier, when the stimp meter goes to like 11, then the grain almost becomes negligible, right?
it's just a matter of habit and just going through the same routine.
This is number 7. This is it's a tricky hole. It's you hit into a you don't see the fairway. You only see a bit of the fairway off the tee. You just see the left edge of the fairway off the tee, and you got to thread a needle basically.
Yeah, and you have to have quite the exact line as well
Yeah,
off the tee,
and
and
then it's a kind of a roller coaster green, a lot of slope on it, and if you're on the wrong side of the slope, it's not a, it's
it is a
yeah,
difficult par.
so this you have it, the pin is right on top of the crest today, Inish, where that small plateau
On the
is.
right side.
Yeah, on the right side.
Probably
So
the most difficult pin to access as well.
yes, absolutely.
Fairly
You
decent job
want
by
to hit a
Gerard.
driver off this tee because it's only 360 odd yards, but moment you get a little bit off the fairway, that pin is not accessible anymore. You just want to then just have to
Even if you're on the green side bunkers,
Yeah.
you're not really leaving yourself a
Yeah.
very good opportunity for birdie. As we watch a few spectators, it seems to be Rahul Bajaj, and there's Arjun Prasad and his parents there, carefully peering on. Arjun's finds some good run of form, just not stringing 4 good rounds. He's been knocking close to some very low rounds once or twice in the week. Just
Yeah, it's good to see him play well this year. From the beginning, from Polygon, it started off, right? He's not having the best base today. He's 1 over so far after 6.
Rahul Bajaj there on the left, and the Sampath Chari, tournament director, responsible to give players mini heart attacks with his flag positions.
He's someone who, like, if I have ever a doubt in any ruling, I call up Sampath. I know that it's I might get the same ruling from someone else. It just gives me a reassurance. He's got that kind of
He's got that knowledge and authority to go with it,
yeah, he's got
that
that,
he's sure of what he's
yeah,
saying.
he's got that personality also, knowing that he's seen enough of odd things happen.
I think it's also a
Yeah.
matter of being so
It's
prepared.
surprisingly, one thing so if you let's say are playing preferred lie, this is just a small question because we've been playing golf for a while, and the rules of golf have changed or have been I would say refined over a period of time, right? Let's say if the ball is, we mark the ball, it's a preferred lie. Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're taking like a free drop. Okay. We mark the ball. Can you pick it up with your club and tap it on your club? Can you pick it up with your club?
I know you can do that in the tee box. I would say no.
Actually, you can now. Earlier, we know. So I was like, really? You can do it? He said, yeah. The moment you mark that ball, the ball is not in play anymore. On the tee box, till you don't hit it, the ball's not in play. It's the same thing. So you can pick it up anywhere you want.
And it won't count as practice.
Yeah.
It won't count
No.
as a stroke.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
This is something which I was surprised by. Because, in yesteryears, don't touch the ball, with the club.
But at the same time, it's one of those rules that you don't really look up.
Yeah.
So if you know about it, you know that someone who's telling you that they are doing a lot of the homework.
This one's got a serious amount of borrow on it, and just over.
And it's just a very difficult part to actually get close, given the severity of the slopes and the tier that you have to manage. It's a very difficult pocket because this where the hole is today, you've got a slope under the hole, and then you've got a slope over the hole as
Yeah.
well, and it's like this very very small little
Triangle.
plateau. Exactly.
It's not like a triangular plateau, which
You
is,
can't really
Yeah.
drop it short and bump it up. You can't really hit it past and bring it back. It has to just fall within that little bracket for it
And
to stay up.
the greens are really soft this week. When the green is hard, to get it to stop there is a task itself. Dharma with his birdie attempt on number 7. You can see how much of slope there is. We can't see his golf ball. You can barely see his shoes. And he's
And it's both uphill and side slope.
he's just 15 feet from the hole. He's not more than 15 feet.
Dharma coming up a little from the easier side compared to Shaurya.
Yeah.
But he again leaving himself plenty to do there. Dharma still having a better day than most of the other guys on the greens. Jairaj now with one of the better approach shots here. A little over the hole, so he's coming back up.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. This is probably the easiest putt you'll get on the screen.
Gives it an aggressive swipe, but moves on to the left. And I think he's a little flummoxed by that because he probably aimed it to the left a little and the ball moved to the left. So, an unassuming par though for him, not too damaging.
Yeah, 4 and 7 is very acceptable. It's a hole that can, if you're even if you're over aggressive with it, it'll give you a bogey.
It's very easy
Yeah.
to lose a shot here, and given the flag position today, I think it's even more difficult to make a birdie. So par 4 is never a bad bargain here as we watch Shota now for his second putt, his return putt after that lengthy attempt from under the hole.
Yeah, it's he just, I think he thought it was slower than it is. He was coming up that slope, so he's just steamed it by. good 6, 7 feet. Very unorthodox putting grip. It's almost he's yeah,
Wonderfully
but
done
this
by
works.
him. A stressful second putt there for him, but he's made it, so no harm there. Dharma now going through his pre-shot routine, little under the hole. Seems to be about 3.5 feet out, and he's taking his time there, making sure the break is, if one can be sure on these greens.
He's a tenacious character. He doesn't do things unless he's gone through his routine and sure of the line. And you can see he's observed it from every angle possible. And once he's clear, okay, this is it, then he pulls the trigger. And probably one of his strengths.
All three golfers in this group have very, very distinct putting grips and makes it there. Dharma probably has the most conventional with the left hand below right, which by regular standards is not the conventional grip.
Yeah. Shaurya has them on top of each other, also left hand below right. And then Jairaj has this really um, claw. It's kind
Different
of
way to do
a
the claw as well.
yeah. It's not a conventional claw. It's a little looks like his right hand is barely on the grip.
Yes, and
So,
as you can see on our screens, this is us, Ainesh Ahluwalia, and obviously the veteran golfer and one of the bigger, better coaches in the country, Mr. Amit Dubey here, as we take you live through 2 rounds of the Delhi NCR Open in the Noida Golf Course, presented by Nissan. And we are, of course, on day 3, moving day. Mr. Dubey, what do you think of it?
well, we've the leaders are moving in the right direction right now. The others seem to not move in the right direction. The closer chasing pack, some from behind are coming up. Sakib is playing well today. He's 3 under, but the last three, third last, fourth last group, they've actually gone backwards. There's the gap has increased, so it's
And you don't want to do that with
Yeah.
guys like Yasha, Sangad, and Veer. I mean, these guys are not going to give back anything to the field, as we were discussing, and a bunch of birdies being made.
Yeah, and like we were talking about what we thought would be the winning score this week, and we pinned it down at 16 under is what we think would be close or will get you the title. And with these three, and you can see them, they're kind of almost feeding off each other. They're running their own race, and
And that does make a difference. I
Yeah.
think competitively, if the other person's making a birdie, you just get in that same flow as well.
yeah, you could see it from the part that Angad hit on number one. He saw his playing competitors make 4, which is the birdie, and then he had a 4-footer, and he knew you could see then that he wanted to make it, and he hit it too hard, and 2 birdies to make amends. But they're going to feed off each other, and the only one who I feel has the strength of character and he has the patience to play this golf course is the man on your screen. He is someone who plays his own game, and he's well and truly in control of his emotions and his
Ice cold veins.
yeah, it's
Finds himself in the middle of number 7. Does Manu Gandas, and for the viewers who might have seen, take a little device out and look like a small binocular that is on the PGTI. Recently, we've been allowed to use the rangefinder to pace of play, which I think is a good move.
I think it speeds up play, so it's fine. At the end, you will get the yardage. We used to put those markings on the.
And I
Yeah.
think, especially on the Indian tour currently, it's very difficult to mark an entire golf course out and have yardage books printed, and the entire process also takes a lot of manpower and hours. So I think the rangefinder is not a bad solution to pace of play.
The only time I find it that it doesn't work very well is when we have rain or something like that. When you see that Manu is stiffed it, he on number 7.
How beautiful was that shot?
Yeah, he's in kick in range on number 7 for birdie.
I mean, I think Manu said that, you know what, the 5, 6, 8 footers are difficult to sink here. Just hit it to a dead given range and move on to the next. So wonderful approach shot by Manu there. And Honey, wouldn't he like to follow suit and do the exact same thing as what Manu did? A better angle for him, a little closer, coming from the left side, a cleaner look at this flag position.
Yeah, he's in position A1 in the fairway on number 7. And let's see if he can better our
And that goes to show
two-time.
that Honey, one of the more aggressive players on tour, throughout and through and through, he's going to take a driver out to practically anywhere. And he also choosing to lay up a little back here, not taking the driver in, and he taking it a
You see,
little
now
over the
this will
track.
feed further and further. Oh, he's just about caught the plateau, just the latter half of it.
But even flying it a little further back, he didn't get the same spin as Manu did. So it's a very exact tee shot. And Rashid there on the left side, this couldn't be an easy shot for him. He had that
Yeah,
bunker to contend with and
just don't hit any tree. That's all.
bumps it to the
That's.
left. And
I think it's in that green side pot bunker.
there must have been a very average tee shot for Rashid. And
You know, but last year also he had himself in contention quite a few tournaments. Rather than he's, I think his consistency off the tee has been his shortcoming in the finishing rounds from what we've seen over the. I remember the tour championships at no, was it the one in RCGC? Which one was that? The one that OP Chauhan won, and he was well and truly. And then last 4 5 was he was right there, and he's missed a few to the left. All of a sudden, like he started missing them left off the tee. So he's
I
had
think
yeah.
as it goes for a golfer like Rashid, I think his struggle is always going to still produce a decent round. He just knows how to score, and on his good day, he can go as low as anybody else, and on his bad day, he's still shooting competitive numbers, and I think that's the quality that he has.
He's 2 over today, so he's taken a couple of steps back.
He has
But
some catching up
more,
to do.
but but more importantly, you saw him make the putt on number 5, right? That's his scoring. He is so good with that distance. He's so good. It's that I can assure you his make percentage from 10 15 feet is far above tour average.
Especially when it comes to saving a
Yeah,
shot.
yeah.
He's not dropping a shot no matter what. I don't know
Yeah.
what switch flips. And I think as a golfer, sometimes there is a difference between making a 15 footer for birdie or making a 15 footer for par. And Rashid there from the left side doing a fairly decent job. I mean, it's not the easiest.
Yeah, it's a relatively
I mean, we
tricky bunker
saw
shot. It's you're hitting it on a spine, and you've got to make sure that you keep it on the spine and hit the
exactly.
right distance. Yeah.
I mean, it's not an easy putt from that side, let alone a chip or a pitch from a greenside bunker. So well done by Rashid. And we Honey's turn. We watched his approach go a little by
And
the hole.
just a small tip for our viewers who play golf, corporate golfers or weekend golfers. You saw what the other caddy do. While Rashid's caddy was raking the bunker, the other player's caddy, cleaned Rashid's ball so they don't. He didn't to
Lose
keep up
time.
the pace of play, which is something which. Generally people don't do. They wait for their caddy to come who's rake the bunker. So it's like in pro golf this is a normal procedure.
I think the professionals are setting good examples of pace of play, and I think it does go well to see if it filters down to the amateur ranks as well and club level as well. Honey now little toe up on his putter, and
He's
uh,
misreading it because
completely misreading.
it moved left to right. He was aligned right.
I don't think that was a bad stroke at all. I think he did exactly what he was trying to do, and just a misread by him. Manu, now what we thought was dead given, is still
Yeah, he's still
behind. He's taking his time. He's giving it a good read.
he's still closer than Rashid, so it's pretty close.
Rashid now, for his pars, had a wonderful save on the previous hole, and not to be on this one now. That putt taking a little more break than he anticipated and tapping it in on number six, on number seven. Sorry,
Yeah, I think he just took a little less line on that one. Look, it started where we saw him align his putter.
and uncharacteristic for him giving a shot away that easily, but a bogey nonetheless for Rashid.
Commentators curse. You
I,
know, he
you
doesn't like
can't
to
you
make
can't call
bogeys.
all of them. Noida Golf Course does have a few tricky greens. We're not going to take that on us. Manu now, what seems to be about 2.5, 3 feet there.
Watch his space. It's the same. I would love to put him on a stopwatch on every putt.
Going through the same exact routine. Couple of practice swings. Carefully sets up. Lines himself to the break.
And then it's almost like a procedure which is followed.
And just drops it in from the right side.
He used the side door to enter his house.
Would have been a little nervous there once that ball
But that
left
means
the putter stroke.
that putt is turning, but the golfers are not seeing that because you saw Rashid also misread it to the lower side.
Honey with his four, so all three of them finishing this hole, all three coming up.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
From the tee and leaves yourself a long to mid iron in to an elevated green, which is very well guarded with a bunker on the right. Really nice bunker placement on number 8. And the pin is in a very accessible position today. It's front left, it's almost like a collection area there.
It's actually probably one of the easiest flags. You practically don't
might
have to deal with the
see-
bunker on the right.
We might see a trio there today, Heinisch. Let's go hole by hole. Let's see if somebody's made it so far.
As our first look at number 10 and Divyanshu Bajaj on our screen.
See, we have Gaurav Pratap has made a 3 there, because just the way the pin is positioned. We've had a 3 on number 8 from a local player who got off to a rough start today. He was 4 over after 4, then he's made birdie and eagle, so he's now 1 over. Gaurav Pratap, who's the defending champion. This is the par 3 10th hole, which has got the Nissan as the hole-in-one prize. So Angad bogeying number 6 has fallen one shot back to 10 under, and now we have, and Veer has doubled number 6. So we have now Manu at 9 under is in third place, and Veer has fallen to 8. So we have Yashas holding ground at 11. Then we have Angad at 10, Manu at 9, and Veer at 8. A bit of a shuffle on the top of a leaderboard. After number 6, this is our defending champion, Gaurav Pratap Singh. This is his home course. So a little bit left to right, down the hill for birdie. Yeah, he's
No, wonderful
yeah.
putt by Gaurav.
So that should boost up his confidence. Playing alongside,
Sachin Bisoya there.
yeah,
What a run of form he's been ever since he's won last year at Dolly.
absolutely. He's a different player now. He truly believes he belongs there, and you can see it in his demeanor as well. He has that look that you know any week could be my week, and that comes with with success, I guess. Oh,
I think so. I think sometimes that conundrum where it's like, do you get success first and then confidence, or do you get confident first and then you get success? And Aman Raj, there, the familiar Aman Raj, stylish Aman Raj on
he's
number three.
the Indian PGTI version of Shingo Katayama. He's similar. He used to wear a hat and play. He's a multiple winner on the Japan Golf Tour, and he was called the Cat with a Hat. And the somebody asked him like, "Why do you wear?" And he used to have it upturned on the side, and he says, "So why do you have this strange looking hat?" He says, "I have a stylist." And he says, "My face would look better with a upturned hat." And I'm like, really? So I always found the hat to infringe my follow through. I used to feel like I would hit it in my follow through. We had the famous the shark. Greg Norman used to wear this hat and play, and looking at him, we all thought maybe we should also try the hat on. Maybe it'll change our game. But I always felt like I ended up hitting my hat in the follow through.
A very few golfers around the world actually who sport a hat nowadays. So quite a distinct look, quite the old style look. It looks good. It definitely looks good, and Aman Raj works for him. Shaurya now on hole number 8, the par 5.
Yeah, I think he was in the fairway. He had a mid iron to a long iron in, so I would say this would be for a 3.
The hole should be a little left to right for him there. And, well, the golf ball didn't disappear, so he didn't make it. And he is marking it, or he's marking it back and tapping in.
Yeah, he's not too far from the hole, so he's just clean up. He just missed it a bit on the lower side. That putt actually turns a lot. Your eyes, the caddy's telling you a little more left, and your eyes are thinking, no, it's not going to come so much, So,
Yeah, I think there's a
yeah.
little side slope and the grain to
Yes,
contend with.
both, yeah. Veer from the left of the fairway on number 7.
He's left himself the perfect angle, but still, it's a tricky approach.
Yeah, he's coming from a really severe uphill lie, so the tendency will be to hit it left, and that's the right pin.
And that's what happened.
And you don't want to start it right off that flag. Your eyes are not allowing you to do it.
Absolutely, he left himself on the left side of the green.
Angad from a really nice position, very similar to what Honey had. Shot a club in. So let's see if we can get this one close. Yeah, and he's hit this perfect yardage, and which is This is the key to scoring well. This wedge play, is that's what I find remarkably different between Scotty Scheffler and the rest of the field right now. He hits his wedges really close. He has, from all the wedges he hits, he has a couple of kicking birdies. Like really, he just taps it in. You know.
Yeah, and that
So
bet with his caddy as well for the number of hole outs. So he does give it a good run and wonderful shot by Angad. See if Jay can end the daylight for the golf ball here, and he does
yeah,
sneak it in from the right side.
yes. So when you have the right pace, the hole gets bigger.
As long
Yeah.
as they go in, striding off from the eighth, and Yasha's with a very short stride on number seven. All three of them good to see Angad and Veer with the putter out.
I don't think Yashas is on the putting surface though.
Yeah, he's still got the glove on, and
This is our Manu Gandas warming up at the range before his tee shot and was up. Repeat, same result.
what has transpired. Slow motion of getting a move in the party. And then the coach analyzed this swing.
Yeah, you can see the club gets a bit shut on top, and as a result, he hangs back a bit, which is a compensation for the club face being a bit shut. Otherwise, his rhythm is fantastic. You can rhythm is the key to repeatability. So he can, because of his rhythm, he can repeat that again and again, and generally, then he has the same ball flight again and again. So now he can play with that.
He's leaving it in that window and knows how to do that. And
Yeah,
Yasha's,
and it's only from his rhythm. He's so smooth. You can see that there's no hurry in his transition.
you think Yasha's might have taken a driver out there?
Coming back to this, I don't think he can hit the drive there. By the way, that's he must have not hit the fairway.
And probably
Yeah,
chipped out to that
yeah,
bunker. So
yeah. Coming back to the rhythm, and I was listening to this really funny story. Was actually, since it's Masters Week, and Sir Nick Faldo has won three of them. So they were, he had a small podcast going on, and he said the first one I won, actually, I came to the practice round and I skied my drive on number 10, then hit a really bad one, then skied it on number 13 as well. And I told my caddy, listen, we need to go and practice because this is not working. So, and he goes to the range and he finds out that he knows that he's too quick in the transition, and he says, okay, I need to swing it softly. So he does it and it's working. But as luck would have it, he's drawn in the first round with John Daly, who's going to smash it. And here's Nick Faldo trying to hit a few softer shots this week to keep it in play, teeing off with someone who's going to smash it. And imagine the trust and confidence he has in what he's doing. He won the Masters.
it's a good run by Veer, and quite the interesting story. I think it goes to show that there are different ways to do the same thing.
It's all about trusting what you're doing enough for it to work.
And being sure of what you are doing.
Yeah. So
Not
when
reacting
you
to
can
what the
only
other
trust
person's
it
doing.
when it feels like it's going to yield the results that maybe not now, but maybe in a day or two, or whatever it is, whatever tweak you're making to your golf swing, you should you're convinced that this is what I need to do to move the club better or move my body better.
Absolutely. I think Nick Faldo is a great example of that because there was a player of his stature took a year off just to make a swing change and really dial it in, and he comes back and he does what he does again. I mean,
I, I think this is for par, Ainesh. I don't see him hitting that. There's no way he can get to that. There's so many trees in the way to that green side bunker. And he's just come
just
up.
making the same error as what Rashid did. Just
everybody's under reading this part. Yeah.
Yes, I think everybody's being fluxed and not getting the exact read there.
But from that distance, it's the make percentage is so low. It couldn't be more. So the bogey was not caused by that putt misread. I would be more of an errant tee shot. Angad, you know, can get one back, which he just dropped on number 6, and we can have a switch on top of the river. So Angad, if he makes this one, goes to 11, and Yashas falls back to 10. So there'll be like the exchange places on top.
Angad, post that miss on number 1 has just been relentless.
Yeah, he's been reading them well today. So
And that's wonderfully hold up. Bogey on the previous comes back with a birdie, telling his caddy that something was happening, but we made it. All
he
is
was
well that
trying to
ends well.
miss. So Manu with and Honey on the left of the green on number 8. As long as you have a swing, this is not a bad place to be. As long as
Decent amount of room to work
yeah,
with.
and it's at 8.10, it's not the fastest. So I'd rather have a chip which kind of makes me reach the hole out here than someone that if I'm hitting into the green and it's grabbing. Those chips are tougher on slow.
Especially if
Yeah.
sometimes you are banking on the grab and that doesn't happen, it
Yes.
just moves way
You
too
can
much to
see
the
this
out.
is it's relatively simple from that, just from the fact that it's this the base of the green and the slope is very conducive to hitting a. It makes the chip easier, basically.
Done a good job there. Has Honey.
So amongst the top 5, the only one who is blemish free so far is Manu. Yeah, maybe a little bit of leaf trouble in his backswing. He's rehearsing it away from the target because you can't break a leaf while taking practice swings. It's leads to improving your lie, which is a rule infringement. Which
Manu
yeah,
did clip a little leaf on the back, but
you can see
done a
it's
fairly
yeah.
decent job there with his chip. And we do have some decent rounds going in the day as well. We have the low rounds of the day by Syed Saqib Ahmed, currently 3 under for the round through his first 12. And Arjun Sharma is 3 under through his first 9, playing blemish free as well, making up some ground. And of course, we have the leader now, Angad Chima, and Manu Gandas, as we see on our screens, both at 2 under par for the round, currently playing. So,
Yeah, you can see that not very many fast starts today, Anish. The
yes,
best of the pack so far is Arjun and Syed. So it's not the early stage, not showing low scoring right now. Like I told you, Rashid is really good at this range. I think he treats it like a 3-footer. Like I would treat a 2-footer
he
actually.
almost always walks it into he
Yeah.
strokes the putt and just moves to the hole to pick it up.
Yeah, Jairaj on live feed too. On number 9, the par 4 with the front left pin today. Sorry, middle left. Honey with his Putt on number 8 in live feed 1. Got fooled. Thought he'd taken the right line, but just moved a bit more than he expected. Manu sizing up his birdie putt on number 8. So we have a change in our leader. It's Angad is our new leader now. He's at 11 under. He's birdie number 7, and Yashas, making his first bogey for the day, has moved back to 10. Manu with a putt to take him to 10 under. No doubt in that one. That's takes Manu to 10.
Apologies for the little technical snag. We're right back with the live action as we watch our leader group consisting of Yashas Chandra, Veera Rawat, and Angad Chima making their way on number 8. And seems to be the cart of Mr. Sampachari. Not a good sign if he is following you. Never a pleasant sight. A pleasant person, but a unpleasant sight of the referees there on the group.
Means you need to speed up. He doesn't like slow play at all.
Absolutely, and pace of play an important factor in the game.
Yeah. So while we were off air, my fellow commentator Ainesh and I were having a nice chat about, you know, I always thought he had the physique. He still has to pack a punch, and we're talking about the game and what it has done to us, and so I was like, we had a really good chat though. Sometimes a break is all we need to chat correctly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And sometimes a break is all you need to get a perspective of what you need to do also.
Even in the game, so many times we've seen players take a break and they come back and they're in better form than they were when they left. It's just like a freshening of the mind.
Yeah. Let's see his, you know,
And I'm not too happy there, but I feel he's giving himself a fair shot for a putt there. Not the easiest of chip shots.
yeah.
There's
So
little room to
Manu, a
work
little
with.
bit of little bit of tree trouble on number 9. It's in the right trees, like, and we were telling you earlier that the trees grow really close to each other. Unlike most golf courses, when they're planted with the distance, these trees are really close to each other. So generally, it's just a chip out.
And here we take a look at our leaderboard currently with Angachima standing pretty at 12 under par after his first eight on day three. Yashash Chandra following pursuit, one shot back, and Manu Gandas finds himself uh, in third position alone at 10 under par. Veer seems to be backtracking slightly, but he is Veer Alawat after all. He will make a comeback.
Yeah, he's had at that big six on number six. So he's got one back since then. So it's still very far from the end. So he's still well within reach of
Absolutely,
so
and
I
this is
won't
the
worry
way. Look at the
because
names on the leaderboard. We've got Ajitesh Sandhu, Harjeet Singh Sethi, Saqib Ahmad, Rashid Khan. I mean, it's a power-packed day and a half left for us.
yeah. And Rashid is back. He was two over after seven, and he's made eagle on number eight. I told you that pin will produce eagles because it's where the ball collects. We've had two on number eight so far, and half the field hasn't played it yet. So at least three or four today, and a whole string of birdies. I don't the in the top 10, only one person hasn't birdied number eight, which is Harshit Sethi. Everybody's made birdie there. You can see it's a par five. The number one and number eight are playing relatively easy in the par
Yes, so
fives.
we have that top 10 rounded up by Mandar Prashad. So a mix of some veteran, but very young veteran golfers.
Look at the
Actually,
roller coaster Rashid is having. Birdie in one, bogey two, double bogey six, bogey seven, eagle eight, birdie nine. He's even par and he's made three pars. Like it's
sign
he
of
must
a
be
man
dizzy. He must be dizzy after that roller coaster.
playing aggressively is Rashid. I think he's getting the benefit somewhere and missing a few opportunities as well.
Yeah, it's you can see that he's unfazed by things, and that's his demeanor as well. He's a very you know supremely confident of his abilities on the golf course. And Mr. Steady is going as steady as ever. Manu just blemish free, three birdies, six pars.
And here we are sitting live from the ABP News Studio, bringing you the 2024 Delhi NCR Open presented by Nissan. And this wonderful tournament, as is our tour, being sponsored by some very prestigious sponsors in Tata Steel, Amritanjan, Shutnik, Electroplus, Bisleri, a very new sponsor in Nissan, and of course Rolex, a long-time partner as well. So quite
Yeah,
quite the
it's
honorable mix of sponsors.
yeah. We have our sponsors.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
It's fairly competitive. Then, of course, it's gotten more competitive. More people are playing, more people are competing. But in terms of money, in terms of even the quality of golf courses, the way everything is set up, the quality of the tournament itself.
The first time I ever played a pro tournament was it was called the OCM Open. It was staged at the Panther Golf Course in Amritsar, and I think the winner was Ali Sher, from what I remember. He won in a playoff. I think he beat either Basad Ali or someone like that. And the prize money was 1 lakh. The winner got 16,000 rupees. It was 1992, I think, from what I remember. So it's come a long way, and it's been. I've seen this game change in this country. We could actually change the make of our golf balls earlier. So we used to play the shorter ones with softer balls and the longer ones with the harder balls. So with Titleist giving our pros balls to play and gloves and caps, and it's been such a wonderful thing for our pros to at least play with equipment which is world class. There's no ball better than the Titleist ball. That's
And I think it's directly correlated to how tour and players from a particular region perform as well. I mean, the infrastructure and availability of sponsorship and availability of course, equipment and golf balls, gloves, golf clubs, everything, and that is an important part of it.
We see our players do well abroad as a result. Also, they're getting a good you know platform to prepare themselves for the bigger stages abroad. I was just reading up something a couple of weeks ago. We had well we, you know golfers might not know in India might not know this, but the first Indian ever to win an Indian Open was an amateur. His name was PG Sethi, Billu Sethi, and he won the Indian Open at Royal Calcutta Golf Club by 8 shots as an amateur, and he beat Peter Thompson in that event, and who went on to win 5 British Opens. He was the number one ranked amateur in the world at that point of time, and he was considered the third of the big three, the big three being Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and Billu Sethi.
Wow.
So, it's not like we haven't had legends in our golf. It's just that time it was not as published as it is now. And now we have so many of our youngsters playing on. You open the Asian Tour leaderboard. In the top 20, you'll find at least 4 or 5 Indians at all times.
And of course, in leading the pack, there would be Gaganjeet Bhullar. I mean, an 11-time winner on the Asian Tour. And all these guys, they're all Anirban, Shubhankar Sharma,
Yeah.
Ajitesh. All these guys, they compete here. They've competed here and they've moved on from here. So the tour in general is very competitive. And
It gives a good platform to take off from. And the better our tour gets, the better our players will perform abroad. It's the same ball, Inish. It's the same club. Golf course can be a little bit up and down. Weather conditions can change, but you still have to do the same thing. There's no change in the instrument.
absolutely. And I think it's also giving the players belief that if they're good enough here, they're good enough for the world stage as well. And that's an important confidence to take forth.
Yeah. You saw Rashid on number 10 just missing the green on the right for a brief moment. Angad's got a really holeable birdie putt coming up, Inish. And he's been rolling the rock really well today. Rashid's short-siding himself quite a few times on the par threes. We saw him short-siding himself on number 5, missing it right on that front right pin, and he's just missed it.
Do you think it's maybe him just being a little over aggressive, or maybe his ball striking is just not there where he wants it to be?
I think it's also to understand how good your ball striking is. That way you take on a few targets and you don't take on a few targets. You can shift that pin. You can make an imaginary pin more towards the fat of the green if you're not on song with your technique. So I just feel that is what you need to decide as a player and on the golf course. Where are you right now? We all want to be right on top, right? There's no let there be no doubt. Anybody who's starting to play golf professionally wants to be number one in the world. I can tell you, there will be only one, but everybody wants to be. But you need to know where you are, and as a result, you should make decisions which will help you get better. Choosing the right part, aiming at the right portions of the green according to what you're capable of that moment is actually maximizing yourself and being super efficient. And that is what golf should be all about: being super efficient, being so miserly over dropping a stroke.
I think also understanding your day, like you said, because not every day can you be on the top. I mean, you can't shoot a 62, 63, 64 and follow it up with a 64 again. I mean, it does happen sometimes, but sometimes your best maybe is a 70 or a 71. And those are the days when you should.
And see Manu, he's never short sighting himself. Never. He's always got a putt. He's always got a putt. He's got a chance.
Disappointing leave for him.
Yeah,
He is putting himself in good positions. It's just
yeah.
not.
I think it's just for the one time he got ahead of. You can see from his that he got ahead of himself.
But going a
Where
little cold
this
for him.
guy is always in the moment, and he's leaving himself always okay. He's got a putt. He's not chipping.
Rashid going carefully through his routine. He's on a similar line to Manu.
Yeah, this is bread and butter for Rashid. He's going to knock this into the hole. There's no this is a 2-footer for you. Okay.
Rashid there making sure there is no commentator's curse over him, knocking it in comfortably. Honey now after taking the flag out for his chip shot, but coming up short, I was disappointed. Been up and down for him nonetheless.
I remember speaking to Honey maybe a year and a half ago. He says, "What's going on?" He says, "You know what? I'm thinking over 3-footers. I need to get my putting corrected, because if I'm thinking so much over a 3-footer, that means I'm not doing things correctly." So maybe from you can see from the way Rashid's been putting, you can see the mindset on a 6-footer. He's so sure of himself. Jairaj on your screen.
Taking a look at the left-hander, the only winner on the PGTI being left-handed. Quite.
And this is it's a tricky hole, number 11. I think they might have taken it on today. Hit it over the tree, and
I think the lack of wind would help that.
Yeah,
usually there's a little left-right headwind.
Yeah,
on this.
and now it becomes much easier. In yesteryears, I was just watching something on YouTube a few days ago, and Rory was hitting a driver that I grew up playing with, and he was carrying it 265 yards. And these golf courses were built when that ball went that long, and now it's going so far. The equipment is so good, and even everything, even the teaching tools which have come out, and the most important is the camera on your phone. I can't even tell you how important that is. Yeah, sure. Yeah, with a really straightforward pitch on number 11. Little low drawish flight.
Fairly well done by him. It's an elevated green. It's not that easy to just get a lot of spin on it. And Angad now.
Yeah, this is a hole and where the pin is today, in the top right, the yardage is more important than anything else. Hitting the correct yardage, because they're not going to disperse it by much with a 8 iron or something, whatever they're using. 9-8 would be the preferred clubs on this hole today. So hitting the correct distance is prime on this tee shot, and you can see that it's in a very small portion of the green.
Angad did go for it. He
It
said,
must have
"You know what?
looked really good to him.
I want to make the birdies and get the car as well." Would have looked good in the air, just a little extra club for him.
The car with the insurance also. Yeah. Veer. Yeah, he's back on track. He's basically where he started off, and Veer has the pedigree to turn it up a notch or two.
I think it's a question of just giving himself a few more putts. and trusting that he'd make it because his ball striking most of the days is on point. Teeing it up on the right side might be taking a little left to right
Yeah, it is
fade,
a left-right pin position. Like it's
leaving himself
yeah.
short
So
center of the green.
so you can see that he's aimed a bit to the left. That is probably he's taken half a club less. And when you do that, you don't want to aim it
Towards
to the
the
thing because then there's more carry
carry on
yardage.
the
Yeah,
water.
yeah. So sometimes you have those scenarios on the golf course where you're between clubs and you rather go with a full club to a tight pin than a
A
halfish
half
to your
yeah.
thing because you won't get that much purchase on the green because it's going to come in a bit lower.
And chances of missing it
Yeah,
or
you can see
not timing it properly also
he's taken the
increase.
extra club and he's gone back. So basically
Both Yashas and Veer found themselves
between clubs.
between clubs there.
Yeah. And after watching Angad's shot, which has gone over the back, they're more sure. Okay. I think you end up peeking into the other guy's bag because you want to know because that where they're standing, they don't feel the wind there because there's a building behind them, and it's in a very secluded, surrounded area. It's surrounded by trees on three sides, so you actually don't feel the wind so much. If it's from behind, you don't feel it at all. Let's see if he's done wisely by taking in a couple of clubs
They're
back.
definitely a smoother swing for him. Still not sure.
Yeah.
And
And it's I can tell you he's taking the extra club and he's trying to soften the head. And when you do that, you generally slow down a bit, and that doesn't allow you to square up the club face
club face
completely. Yeah.
yeah, just a few errors because I think we're there making the more experienced
Yeah,
decisions. Taking
that decision was I would prefer that decision over what Yashas did by taking
I
a
think it just makes it easier for you to not miss the green as well. So
And another thing, I feel that if you are supremely confident about making a good stroke on a putt, you won't make those decisions either. Of trying to hit it that much, a little bit closer. Those decisions come when you feel that you need to hit it close to make a putt.
yeah, I think also sometimes you forget that the risk and reward percentages are not in your favor.
Yeah, this is a relatively straight putt though. If the grain is going right to left, the slope is going left to right. So
Just seem to have
yeah. No,
aimed it a little left.
yeah, there was because the grain goes severely from his right to left as he was looking at that putt on that green. Dharma, meticulous as ever. He almost when you watch him putt, he almost like willing it into the hole. Didn't it look like that? Like I'm going to will this in.
He has that setup. He crouches over the
Yeah,
ball, gets
just like
close to it. He always looks like he
bobs
knows
down on
exactly
it.
how to
Yeah,
hold it.
yeah.
The left hand below right, a little forward press, and
Little wrist flick at the end to make sure it travels on line.
holds it comfortably.
And I guess that's why he forward presses it that much because he ends up, doing
Cupping the wrist a little going through.
Yeah.
Yash is now in a very unfamiliar spot on number 10. Not not a very common area to be in, so he definitely had a big miss hit or something he
That
did
is
there.
something which I have, when I was I'm a little bit of a geek when it comes to strategy and all. And I remember Nicholas speaking about it. He says he was on a par five. He had a 2 iron and 3 iron. He had a 3 iron and a 3 wood. And he could hit a soft 3 wood and it might still be too much. And you could a hard 3 iron, you would just make it to the front. What would you do on a par five?
I would definitely hit the club which would end up a little shorter most of the times.
But it takes a lot of discipline to make that because you're at least 15, 20 feet short, a yard short. You're just making it to the front. And he knows, okay, maybe I'm just between clubs. If I make 4, which is a birdie, so it's good enough. I'm between clubs. You're not going to you're not allowed 40 clubs in your golf bag, right? You're allowed 40.
I think it's also to do with what you are comfortable. I'm always more comfortable giving it a little go rather than
Yeah,
softening
but you
things up.
know that that goal also is not going to make it to the flag. So
I accept that because otherwise,
and that is the discipline. It's so, coming back to Yashas, he's taken a club extra and he's tried to soft it. It's like a soft swing. And the other thing was he would tee up where it normally is and aim at the flag and okay, it's not making it, but I'm make sure I have a putt and uphill 20-footer
and I
like
think it's
these.
the wrong hole to try to do that as
Yeah,
well because there's water in the front. So
yeah,
you're always like softening things up. You're always trying to like leave everything in and taking the putter out from that little bush there on the right.
yeah,
I think he's done a fairly decent job given where he was,
yeah.
but that would mean that he's
After
still
that tee shot
off,
four would be a good score on that hole.
still off the green and a little away for his par. And Angad now hit it over the flag. Must have looked wonderful in the air. Just a little extra with that club. Not the easiest of not very difficult, but not the easiest of putts as well. He's got a little uphill first cut of rough, and then the fringe to contend with, and then the green. He's going to find himself coming back downhill. Veer out of the three has put himself in the best of positions, but still
Yeah, it's
outside
this.
makeable range.
This is a relatively straight putt as well because the grain is going right to left, from what I remember, and it's not going to move much. It's going to be very straight, as long as he hits it till the hole.
Seems to be the trend. Leave it under the hole, and then you find it difficult to get it to the hole, but a par for him.
And Ainesh, we'll go to the putting green at NGC and we practice the downhill putts. Am I right? Nobody is hitting uphill putts. We're going to practice the fast putts. You're going to get slow ones on this golf course. You might want to actually practice the uphill putt to get it to the hole on the putting green. So it's something which generally a golfer does. He goes to the putting green and finds the fastest putt and makes
Especially
sure.
if the greens are 8.5. I mean, if they were like at 10.5,
No, even
11.
then, when you go, you'll find the fastest putt and make sure you lag it up correctly. You'll never go to the slow putt and see whether you're making it to the hole.
Mentally, you think that those are easier.
Yeah, but in retrospect, those are the ones you generally come up short on the golf course.
Those are the ones you actually want to give yourself also most of the time. So it would make sense to actually practice
Yeah.
those.
But you and I both realize we've done this ourselves also, right? Angad with his birdie putt on number 10. Yeah, it looked like he put a good roll on it though. Good
I
try.
think that's well done
Yeah.
with him being off the surface of the green.
Honey
Wouldn't
is
mind it too
bombed
hard.
it on number 11. He's just maybe 20 yards short of the green.
Yeah, I
No, you
think
can hit your forehand in there. That's different. But
I wouldn't want to
he's
compete
half your
with.
size.
He hits it quite a mile as well. One of the longer hitters on tour.
He's almost like a JT kind of personality. He's almost out of his shoes hitting that ball, right?
But he's very confident doing it. He's always sure of going through the ball. So it's not like he's trying to find a gear that he doesn't have. It's just the way he plays and he does it quite well. Yashas now, wouldn't this be a wonderful three?
Yeah. If he gets three, he's got away with a mental mistake.
Absolutely. He's going to feel like he's taking one on the field as well if he makes
Yeah.
this.
As long as he gets to the hole, it barely reaches.
It's going to be a four. Not a bad result given where he hit his tee shot, but that does mean that he's going to lose a stroke.
And it moved the other way. Dude, you didn't hit it till the hole either. So it's.
Not too content with his caddy there. Just venting out a little frustration.
Yeah, I guess, I think that was more of a mental error than a technical error. He chose the shot which could lead to the result he got.
I think you make an error like that, you have to take the medicine. Move on to the next, regroup, gather your thoughts, and
Manu looks like he's a fair bit away, but according to his drive, he might have just laid it.
and given that the flag is, it would be quite surprising if he had found the fairway
Yeah,
and hit it there after that. It's almost to the other side of the green.
yeah. He's got almost the whole width of the green to contend with. A good part of 45, 50 feet. Let's give you our viewers a few stats on 45 feet. From 45 feet, the make percentage is 3% on the PGA Tour, and the percentage of three putting is 13%.
Well, let's hope Manu doesn't contribute to that. I don't think he will. Fairly tap in range is
Yeah, so
doesn't need
he's
to mark the ball. He's going to tap this in. Move on to the 12th. 12 this week has also been giving a slight thought to players as the little grass bunker actually on the right has a little water now.
Really,
So
that's
it's
so
playing as a
interesting.
hazard. So a lot
You
of
know,
players actually laying up.
I was part of the committee that I was so adamant that becomes a water hazard. So adamant. The one on number 14 also should become a water hazard.
Yeah, it changes the makeup of the
Yeah,
hole.
the
Actually,
whole changes. Yeah.
it makes it it's a fairly, and Rashid almost holding that from under the hole on number 11. Number 12, with that little grass bunker as I remember it, now playing like a little water hazard in this tournament, it changes the dynamic of the hole completely. I mean, suddenly from players hitting drivers to 40, 45 yards, now suddenly taking a 4 iron and laying it up
Yeah.
and hitting a 9 iron, 8 iron into the green. It just,
And that green is the grain grows from front to back.
and the
It
aggressive play
releases.
helping Honey there with his
Yeah.
birdie. It
So
does, and that green is also plateaued a little. It's a little elevated, so the it's not easy stopping a 998 iron.
our friend Vikrant is having a splendid day today. He's the low round for today. He's 4 under today, and he's made up some ground today, Anish.
As we watch the pro tracers of the leader group on hole number 8.
So yeah, they have moved the tee up a bit because this from the absolute back is a much tighter funnel.
It is, and if you miss hit your drive a little, you have that water hazard to deal with as well. So
This is the view of the ninth hole. No, sorry, this is the third hole, par three, with the twin towers in the background. Gaurav Pratap in the pink, shared in your screen. This is the 14th hole, par 5.
slight dog leg to the right with the outer bounds hugging you on the left throughout the hole from the tee box to the green.
You know, they used to have a tee box, Inish, which is really close to the wall on the left. You guys have never seen it, but when I first moved to Noida, that was actually a much tighter tee shot. You had to move it out right to left from that tee box. But they've gotten rid of that tee box since, and now it's become a predominantly left to right tee shot of the tee. And with the trees growing in, they have actually had to move the tee up because the trees are not allowing you to,
Tee it up.
yeah, to the absolute back.
Well, lucky for the golfers now.
Sachin Basoya on your screen.
Ideal position to be on number 14, and looks like he's pushed it out to the right. If it is coming back, no, it is not. So he's going to have a miss to the right there, and Gaurav Pratap Singh in a better spot over the hole, over the green.
I think for the length of the par five, this is that green is really good design because it's tight. It's not got much
It's
of
guarded
leverage.
quite nicely
Very
by
well
trees and
guarded. It's got a
bunkers.
grass bunker on the top left, which you, if you end up, if you bail out hitting it over, you, it's not a easy, it's a tough up and down from there. And then you have this huge bunker on the right, and then you have this spine, which is like a
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
he has. Yeah, probably well done from there. As long as he holds. Yeah, he's on the putting surface. Sometimes that's all you can do.
This golfers is basically about that as well. You make an error, take a medicine, move on to the next one. And doesn't leave a lot of it. It gives you opportunities, but if you make an error, it takes away a stroke as well, or more.
That small collection or whatever that which they made into a water hazard is phenomenal. It just makes you laid up. You can't bail it out because if you hit it, if you hit it too far down the left, where honey is walking on your screen, you're cut off. There's these trees that come. You have to move it right to left around those trees. So ideally, you want to and that ditch starts at 270 from the tee marker. So you want to hit it 260 off the tee, and then it's still 8 iron or 9 iron. So it's not, but at least it gives more character to the hole.
Absolutely, it changes the stroke index completely.
Sometimes it's so funny that they'll make it a hazard this week, and then there's a scarcity of water on golf courses, so they don't have a hazard in any water during the normal play, and everybody's hitting driver. Sometimes you get so used to hitting a driver on a certain hole, and then you have to lay it up. You feel the hole has gotten tougher because you used to hitting a driver off the tee. Yeah, I'm talking about uh, golfers whose home course this is.
You have to also then fight your instinct.
Yeah.
I mean, for a lot of golfers, that hazard is they won't be able to carry it. So you have to just fight your instinct of actually hitting that club and laying it up short and playing it differently than they're used to.
Yeah, Jairaj, good bird's eye view on what he had left on number 12.
Gerard just seems to be struggling with the speeds from both over or under the hole. And he's just found managing two putts through his rounds, through his greens.
So Vikrant has birdied 5 holes in a row today, Ainesh. He's birdied 17, 18, 1, 2, 3 in a row.
Well, the old horse is showing everybody.
Yeah.
Power of experience. He knows how it's done. Executing it to perfection. Has always been a phenomenal ball striker. Shortly after that third shot from a miscued position.
Actually, both the ONGC boys are doing well. Abhinav Lohan is 300 today. And he's jumped into A tie for ninth at 5 under, and Vikrant finds himself at 4 under now.
Abhinav,
Oh,
very
sorry,
recent
3 under.
winner on
Yeah.
tour. A few weeks back, won at the Glade tournament. Helping his cause was a hole in one on day four
Yeah,
as well.
he'd come to practice at my facility, and he got his drone along, and it was so much of fun. It's we had remote control cars when we were kids, and now people have drones.
Screens on the right. We have a look at 11 and Jairaj on the left for his cleanup after his first putt, and he just is struggling on the greens today.
Yeah, he hasn't made anything. He's that's another three part.
The green seems to be troubling him a little bit, but enough number of holes still left to make up ground. And contrary to Jairaj, Dharma is having a wonderful day on the greens. Finds himself a few feet away here over the hole on number 12.
So a
Let's
quick
find him.
update on the leaderboard. Our leader is Angad Chima at 12 under. We have a tie for this on for the second spot between Manu Gandas and Yashas Chandra MS at 10 under, and a shorter drift of them is Veer Alawat at 9 under.
Angad finds himself in a very, very odd position.
That's not what you want to be on number 11. He's hit it over the back, and that's jail as far as
Put the curse on Dharma, he missing out. They're quite uncharacteristic of the day he's been having, and
that's phenomenal from the Inish.
it's a wonderful shot there. I mean, I didn't think there was any chance he could have put it in a makeable range, and he's done beautifully there.
Yeah, it's really well done from there by Angad. That's why he's leading the tournament. He knows how to get out of jail.
Absolutely. We take a look at Manu's scorecard there. Quickly getting back to the feed. Yashas from under the hole got the flag out, so he thinks he has a good shot of making this. My apologies. I thought he had the flag out, but he did go for it nonetheless, leaving himself 3.5 feet from over the hole, and that's going to be a little nervy.
But I like the way how much airtime he gave that chip. It shows that he's in control of his emotions and his nerves, because these are the chips that when you get a little nervous, you want to just roll it up close by, right? You don't want to give so much of airtime, but you can see that he's very well in control. So yeah,
I think those are signs of a confident player as well.
Yeah.
You're just you're going for the chance. You're trying to take the chances, not bothered about. I think a lot of golfers play restrictively as well. They're just trying to not lose a shot instead of trying to think how to shoot a number or how to shoot a low score. Sometimes people are just so defensive, and that actually works against them as well. So good to see Yashas not taking that route.
Yeah, it shows that he's backing himself still, and I think that was just the bogey on number 10 was just a mental error. It was not a technical error as such. He's been swinging the club beautifully. He's had two misses, one on 7, and then that one on 10. And then Angad with his par attempt on number 11.
How impressive would this 4 be? This is actually a momentum part, in my opinion, now.
Yeah.
He's having a decent day. He's leading the tournament, but momentum is a big thing in this game.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. It's going to miss from the left. Yeah,
And I think
same putt Shaurya had. Yeah,
exactly. I was gonna say that. I think let's just think there's
the
some
slope is
break.
left to right though. So, but the grain is really strong right to left. I told you it's your best guess on this golf course.
And Honey there on number 12 from an ideal
You need
position.
a
Not
little more honey on that shot.
is not the most impressive of approach shot there, coming up a little short. And well, unsurprisingly, we find Manu perfectly flag high, center of the green. I think that's probably the best position, trouble-free position you could have left yourself there.
You know, he backs his putting. He knows that he's going to make a few long ones. I feel that is very important to play your percentages correctly.
I think it
That
takes pressure off your long game as well.
yeah,
You don't have to fire at all pins. You feel like just hit more regulations and you still are going to be able to score.
absolutely. Yeah. Another person who I used to do a lot of that was someone I grew up playing a lot of golf with, Jyoti. He never took on something which was tight. Un, he had an uncanny knack of holding those 20 footers, and they would go down with perfect speed. So, he never took on those tight pins. He knew that he had the capability of making a birdie playing it to the fat of the green as well. And this one is going to turn right to left for sure. We saw,
I mean, who
yeah.
instead of Jyoti to actually learn things from? I mean, one of the better golfers the country's produced.
Probably, somebody who has his thought processes were so simple, and I feel simplicity comes when you have refined everything. I read a really nice quote. Excellence is not when you've got nothing more to put in. It's when you've got nothing more to take out. You removed all the unnecessary stuff. And he had such simple thought process. When I asked him once, what do you think? I do this. So it was very simple. And we used to always feel like Jyoti didn't have the short game to match up in, as far as his skill set is concerned. And
He's one of the better ball strikers,
yeah,
I
so
think, in the world. I mean,
I watched him. We were playing a Volvo China Open, so I finished my round. I went back to watch him, and he finished up second that week to I can't remember. I think whoever it was, and he had a really tight chip, and I like, okay, let's see his chipping, and he's taken a couple of practice swings, and he's hit this perfect chip, which almost goes in. So after the round is over, I said, "Yeah, your chipping is improved." He says, I don't know anything. I took two rehearsals and I said, "Okay, this is correct. Repeat it on the ball now." So he came end up to the ball and just repeated it. Then he says, "That's enough."
quite the amateur approach for one of the better golfers
No,
I have
it's-
ever seen.
I would say it's a very process oriented. He's got the feeling of what he needs to do. He just needs to repeat it on the ball now. He doesn't need to, he's rehearsed. Okay, this is what I need to do, and he just does it.
Do you think professional golfers sometimes today, in today's times, try too much or think they have to try too much to get the result?
I think if they do what they generally do, they'll get the result. Why would you try more?
I've seen sometimes, I think, obviously on tour, some of my peers, I've seen them play and practice with them. Sometimes I feel a simple shot and they overcomplicate it. And I think it's because they can overcomplicate it because they have three ways to hit one shot. They choose the most complicated one because they think that's what they have to do.
I don't think. I think if you keep it simple, you can repeat it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Manu
See?
Dev,
I told you, simplicity is the name of the game. How much do you think he's going to do anything different? He's going to repeat it again and again, and the more he does it, the more refined he gets doing it. Because to get better at something, you need to maintain it. You don't need to. It only gets better when you maintain it. And if you're repeating it again, you're maintaining it, and it's going to get better from its rep by maintaining it correctly.
absolutely. Because I think one of the better examples is I remember having this conversation with a friend of mine. We were playing ITC and Rashid coming up a little short with his putt. Very uncharacteristic of him. Never, never, ever almost not makes it reach the hole, but one of the rare occurrences in his putting. And Honey would not want to give a stroke away here. He was perfectly in the fairway, comes up a little short, poor chip to here, but still he can hit a good putt and make it up.
Yeah, we got, but Manu is joined our leader Angad with that birdie on number 12.
And not to be for Honey, it's a frustrating bogey on number 12. And coming back to the conversation, I remember we playing hole number 15 in ITC, and the flag was tucked in back. So the entire green was there to work with. And I'm having a decent day. I'm hitting some good wedges, and I take out something like I think a gap wedge, and I try to hit this low shot, and I come up short. So my playing partner goes, "Why don't you just hit a lob wedge to the flag?" And I said, "No, I have all this room to work with, and I thought I'll just bump it up here and I'll roll it up to the flag." And he's telling me, "You're just 60 yards out. Why don't you just pitch it there and let it spin and just hit it
Yeah.
close to the flag? Why do you have to do how does it matter if you have green or not to work with? Play the shot that you play best."
Yeah, that you have practiced the most.
And I was like, yeah, you know what? Just because I think there is a shot I need to play, I need to further simplify it as well. And I've seen that tendency today with a lot of players because they have such wide array of shots. And
You know what? The thing is, golf is such a game of confidence. You hit a couple of lob wedges, let's say coming back to your shot, and you hit it close. It's just another one, another close. Now you're thinking, okay, this is simple. I just need to throw a dart. I don't need to think about the roll. Because when you begin hitting a gap wedge, you're thinking about the release after it hits the surface also. So there's one more calculation for your brain to make. And as a result, you need to make that, your body needs to then apply that calculation, whether it's the way you're releasing the club through the shot to bring the ball to react on the green the way you want it to. So it's one more calculation. You need to simplify it.
I think that's what happened. I think a lot of the time you get into the conversation about, let's say, playing aggressively as well. I think some players think that playing aggressive would mean you're going after all flags, hitting drivers of all tees. And I think that's far from the truth. I think sometimes going aggressive would mean that on a particular hole, as you watched Manu on hole number 12, you put yourself on the green, you put yourself 20 feet away, and you try, instead of rolling the putt up to a couple of inches, you maybe try giving a good roll on the putt, and that's aggressive on that hole. You don't have to necessarily take on all hazards or all bunkers and all.
And you saw
flags.
him with that, he came up short on number 10, the par 3 with his birdie putt, remember? And I told you, you could see it from his demeanor that he was upset with his whole mental thing. I think he's very process oriented. You can see it from his whole routine that he does. He's always thinking about, doing the same thing again. I can tell you, take a stopwatch. I'll bring mine tomorrow and I will time him on his pre-shot routine. And I can tell you, it won't be too far off.
I agree with you there.
And you can see that process has led him to clarity. And when he missed that, I could see it on his face that he was he wasn't happy with himself because I think for that one moment, let him think about the result. And he came up short. So then he's back to his normal.
I think that is the difficult learning in the sport as well. You can't be result oriented. I think you have to look at the results in hindsight and just go through the process. And Dharma finds himself the right side of the green here, so he's got a little uphill and side slope to contend with on number 13.
And he repeats his swing, whatever and he's got tremendous rhythm, which allows him to repeat it. The transition is the same from the rhythm, and that rhythm comes from his internal rhythm. He's calm inside. There's no anxiety building up. So his internal rhythm allows his external rhythm to flow. And that gives you the repeatability in the ball flight. And basically gives you the repeater in the swing that you're making, which really leads to the ball flight. And that's it. So he's kind of simplified it in his head.
Absolutely, he's making the equation easier. And Yasha's finding the putting surface comfortably there, little further away than he would have probably liked, but on the dancing floor nonetheless. And Angad now from an ideal position as well.
He's got a very bent over posture. It's almost like he's very characteristic of himself. You can see how much of T-spine flexion he has from his in his upper bodies.
Angad trying to be a little aggressive in comparison to his playing partners and finding the bunker on the right on number 12. A lot depends on the lie, but still, it's not going to be an easy bunker shot.
Yeah, I think one other person who from his demeanor is Veer. He also feels like he doesn't need to do anything extra. He just needs to do what he does every day, and you can see it from his demeanor and his
That's a
body language.
great change of fortune for Jairaj there. He's come up with a couple of three putts there, but holding one out there, that should be a relief for him.
And good speed on that, actually.
I think it makes a lot of difference as well if you've played, if you've pushed yourself on a different tour outside and you compete with a lot of global golfers. You learn a lot, and then you also figure out a lot of things about yourself, and you want to be as calm and collected as you can be while going through a round of golf.
Yeah, this the environment creates you to high perform yourself, and now once you go there and you perform, and you can set new standards for or new capability for yourself, and you are now capable of this, and that is what a higher stage makes you do. It makes you high perform yourself.
It leaves you less, gives you less margin of error, and uh, some more. So many times golfers don't realize this, but the error in shot was not because of a technical error. It was just error in process or error in thinking, and
And
that
just
led to that
yeah,
shot.
decision making is you have to that comes from experience. You made that once, and you say, okay, listen, I've done this and I know it doesn't work, and this is the smart one to do. Though your ego is telling you, listen, let's take it on, you can do this shot, you've done this enough. But then from experience comes out, okay, listen, you've done this before, we can't make the same mental error. So then you make a smarter decision.
Absolutely, and I think it's understanding how to do that week in week out of competitive golf. As you watch Angad now after a
Yeah,
little error,
this is a relatively straightforward bunker shot. The lip is not very high. Has he left it inside, or did he thin it?
I think I think he was trying to be too cute, and he is coming out of the bunker. It's probably left on the slope. Maybe it's not rolled back in the bunker.
Okay, so it was
Yeah, he's just gotten out of the bunker, and
uncharacteristic of him. He's letting a few slip by and missing it in the wrong places.
he definitely
Yeah,
did miss it in the wrong place there. I think that was again that's probably one of those errors made because of the decision he made, or maybe a process error.
so so which way does Angad like to move the ball?
Angad, of the last I saw him, he plays this very tiny draw. Very impressive with the driver, playing that ball flat. But he's a very good, what we would like to call field player. So he can move it both ways. I think it really depends on how he wants to play the hole. But predominantly, he plays a little draw. Yasha's now from a similar line to where Manu was, but a little further out.
Yeah, good roll on the ball though. You can see him
Wonderful
striking.
roll.
Yeah,
Just not getting it to the hole, but he won't be too disappointed with a two putt there.
I think this last two holes has steadied the ship a bit. He was a little bit of a the latter half of the front nine. He was a little bit of a roller coaster with bogeys and birdies, and this last two holes have been kind of stabilized. Sometimes you need that feeling of stability for you to accelerate?
I think sometimes par's a wonderful score. Even if you think that you want to pick up a shot here, thinking it's an easy hole or the flag position is relatively in a gettable position. A string of pars, a bunch of pars on a golf course like this is never a bad option.
Where does Angad practice?
Angad predominantly plays in Chandigarh, Panchkula or Chandigarh. He and this is, I think, if I'm not wrong, this is his eighth week of golf in a row as well, and he's basically been competing for all those weeks, and it's quite impressive.
Yeah, he's that's and he's got another week coming up
He's
after
got
this.
another
Yeah.
week coming up, and
He
rest
might.
assured, we'd be listening to commentary with his name popping up again and again there as well. Next week, the tour moves to my home course,
Yeah,
to
I
ITC.
like that golf course. Allows you to loosen up a bit,
And coming up
feel
short with
feel
his
like
part
you
depth.
can go after the ball a little more on that golf course. Yeah, it's back-to-back bogeys now for our leader Angad Chima. Now we have a new leader, Manu Gandas. He's 11 under, and Angad and Yashas find themselves at a short adrift at 10 under, and a further short adrift is Veer Alawat at 9 under, and Ajitesh is having another phenomenal round today. He's moved into to 7 under after birdieing 10 and 12.
Veer now, best out of the lot. He's left himself in the most makeable birdie range on number 12, coming from under the
As
hole
long
and
as he
left to
gets it to
right.
he got it to the hole, which is
Just
good.
ran it through the break there.
Now, where does Veer practice? DLF?
We practice DLF. He stays very close to my house. Very close to DLF.
So, are the other pros allowed to practice from the grass at DLF, or do they have
I'm
it
not
off the mat?
sure how the system of DLF, how it works. I think they do a lot of maintenance work through the year, and I think, if I'm not wrong, I apologies if I am, but I think most of the year the grass isn't available for the members or the pros. Um, but they've got a great.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशी
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
They're two different surfaces, the green and the apron. They're two different speeds, right? And then there's one more calculation. If you come closer and you get less fringe, you calculate less. At the end, we want if you the result of a putt is largely dependent on the speed that you hit it at.
You're actually right. It's a great observation. I think he just a couple of rolls he'll be on the green, and then he just has to figure that speed out.
And I can tell you, most of that 1 foot that the ball flies out of the club face for a while. The most of that 1 to 1.5 feet that he has in front, the ball will actually not touch the surface. So he basically can hit it like he's thinking of himself on the green.
Little calm and composure, little smart play by Manu. Let's see if he can take advantage of that. I think this is where he really shines, because these are the putts where he holds them a little more.
He's got the speed correct. He's got the speed correct. I've very seldom seen him come up short or ram it by or something like that. You look at the speed.
Perfectly done
Like
by him.
it's you think it's going in. This one has run by a bit, probably the furthest he'll hit a putt from the hole.
He
Yeah,
still he knows the
yeah,
break. He's gone
yeah.
exactly over the hole. He knows
The
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 roll coming
best
back.
I saw him as far as composure goes was on the final hole at Tollygunge, which he won this year. He had that chip. He had this. He was on the side slope of that mound that comes short of the green, and you another person might have rolled it up, and he's just and he off tried to hit a high soft. He didn't even think about it. He just took a normal chip, let it go 8 feet by because he knew he had two putts to win. He hold the putt also.
That's smart thinking.
Yeah,
You don't put yourself under pressure.
he was so composed through this whole activity, so in the moment. And then I realized, dude, this guy is backs his putting. He backs it. He says, okay, I'm going to give myself a putt because I know one will come out, one out of two or three will go in.
I think he does the best job of never putting himself under any stress.
Yeah, because he's, if Anish, if I give varied line 3 15-footers and you're going to make at least one of them,
Those
at
odds are
least
a lot
one,
better.
you'll say, okay, let me give myself 15-footers, right? But you're going and you're not holding a single 15-footer, then you say, okay, let me try to hit it a little bit closer. Then you take a risk, and then now it doesn't come off. Now you just made a bogey, and then now you added the pressure on your ball striking by, it's just he backs his putting, and which is phenomenal. And that's what Tiger did also.
He's an
Tiger was the
underrated
best putter when he was number one, and Nicholas was the best putter when he was number one.
It's a wonderful approach by Jairaj on number 14. I mean, he's already had a three in the day on a par five. He's going to give himself a wonderful look on number 14.
He's a strong lad, Jairaj. I like the way he swings the club. He's got this, you know,
Quite the athlete.
yeah. He uh, a nice view of Noida Golf Course, looking back from the green of number 3 towards the tee box. There's two tall buildings in the background. It's like if you want to explain somebody how to get close to Noida Golf Course, you just say there's two buildings and it's right next to that.
Two tall ones.
Yeah, and so as luck would have it, I live on the tower on the right, and I wake up to this view of the golf course.
It's a wonderful view to wake up to. And currently on the golf course,
It's actually quite noisy. That crossing in front of Noida Golf Course is the busiest crossing on the planet, I feel. And these it's quite noisy.
And we have a change in the leaderboard now as Angad Chima had started the day alongside Veer and Yashas in the lead. The lead has changed hands now, and it finds Manu Kandas sitting atop it at 11 under par, followed by Yashas and Angad, both at 10 under, a short adrift. Veer finds himself at 9 under. He has a round going on. I mean, a double bogey, a few birdies, and not so surprisingly, we find Ajitesh making a big move towards the leaderboard, 7 under par for the tournament, and he finds himself sitting alone in the top 5 and the 5th spot. Uh, the top 10 would be made up by Harshjeet Singh Sethi, Abhinav Lohan, Karan Pratap Singh, Saqib Ahmed, and Chandrajit Yadav. Saqib and Chandrajit both at 4 under par. So I would assume that a 7 stroke difference, if it remains so by the end of the day, might be a little too difficult for them to catch up. But the day is still fresh, plenty of holes left. So
Yeah,
at
and
least,
our leader Manu has been rock steady today. No blemishes on his scorecard. The only other one who is blemish free today in the top 10 is Harshjeet Singh Sethi. He's also had no blemishes so far.
I think Manu's found this wonderful flow. He's not making any errors. It's just a matter of how many strokes he's going to pick up on the way.
He's he's so much in control of himself emotionally, you know. Good approach there on number 13 by Angad, giving himself a good look at birdie straight up the hill. And the other two in the trio are just Shas Chandra MS, who is finds himself one behind our new leader Manu Gandas, and Veer Alawat, who's got the yardage dialed in. He's about 4 feet for birdie on number 13. Hey, the greens are, like I said earlier, they're much softer than yesteryears. You can see them getting a little more purchase on the green. That one spun back at least 4 feet.
Yes, and that is uncharacteristic of Noida golfers. So we've always remembered the greens and the fairways to be both on the harder side.
Yeah.
Which means
Hello, my name is Amardeep Malik, and today I'm here to tell you about Noida Golf Course signature hole number 10. As you can see, this hole is a hole-in-one prize for the Delhi-NCR 2024, presented by Nissan, and they're offering us a Magnite for a hole-in-one here. This hole is a very interesting hole because it has a very big water feature right before the green and OB behind. The wind is very gusty, and it switches a lot here, so the pros have to be really careful about being very sure of what wind they are playing. And it's going to be a really interesting hole because a lot of guys are going to be starting off this. Half the field is going to be starting off this tee, so I'm pretty sure all of those guys would want to be on the green and definitely trying for a brand new Magnite. Oh, stop! As you can see, this par 3 has a big water body in the front, and the green is almost a semi-island green because it has water in the front and OB behind. As you can see, this is the big water body right before the green, and we've teed off from that side, and it's quite a daunting feature when you're standing on the tee to see the flag just over the water. As you can see, that was a good shot. I have a very realistic chance for birdie. Almost had a chance for hole-in-one, but the golfing gods probably have a different plan.
That was a good explanation by Amardeep. He's been successful on this track a couple of times. And our new tour partner, Nissan, giving a hole-in-one prize on number 10 on this event, at this event. And I remember once playing an event in, I think it was Global Greens, quite a few years back at Bangalore, and they had a BMW for a hole-in-one. And you played KG, haven't you? So they didn't change the pin for 4 days. You know where they put the pin, and you know how it rolls right to left or right to left head on number 4 at KGA, right? They had this small plateau on the right of the green. There's one small plateau. They put the pin there and they didn't change the pin for 4 rounds. It's almost impossible to get. It's impossible to get close on there. You have to cut it into this wind and get the yardage right, and has to release correctly. A yard left, it will come off that plateau. I hit my tee shot, Einish. It was lying behind the hole, this much, like a centimeter behind. And from the tee, it looked like it finished short of the hole. I have, it was that close to going in, probably. So
Agonizing holding.
yeah, that was like they should have given me at least the tires.
Yeah, they should have some price. I mean, almost did it. Angad now from under the hole, aiming quite a bit left.
Yeah, this one turns actually quite a lot also, and it's into the grain, so it's like into the grain is like hitting into the wind. It's going to exaggerate everything. See?
Oh, that's a wonderfully holed putt by him. It's going to be, he's going to take that momentum forward onto a par 5.
Yeah.
Great to make a birdie right before a par 5 as well.
And relatively short par 5. It's the key to that hole is just anything off the tee that gives you the fairway. You're not going to have much left after that. So now Angad joins Manu on top of the leaderboard at 11. A prediction of 16 might be actually true from the looks of it. Yashas with his birdie putt. And this one will actually it looks like it's right to left, but it's going to go left to right. See?
Yeah, that's a big misread for him.
And you can see the slopes right to left.
He got out of the putt immediately. He knew that that had no chance at all.
I think he didn't trust the line completely. That's generally what. I don't think professional golfers make that bad a stroke, and they would miss the hole by a foot. It's just when you don't trust it, it's a non-committed stroke.
This is a tricky one for me. These are the lengths that you expect to make, but they're very easy to miss. And once you miss it, they're more frustrating. It's not like a 20.
He has to keep it outside the hole. It's at least a ball left, at least. You saw how much it turned, yeah. And it dives right at the end.
No damage for him there. Comfortably hold.
That was a birdie putt.
No, it's gaining a stroke then.
Yeah. That was a birdie putt. He's finally under par today. He's been at even par for the most of the day.
Yash is now for his tap in, making sure he takes his time and.
Then he just needs to be patient, Yashas. You have that. He has that look of impatience right now. Like why isn't things happening? When the ball putt's going in, and this is where you got to talk to yourself and tell yourself that you need to remain patient. Angad with that birdie has joined Manu at. Veer with that birdie has joined Yashas at 10 under. So two tied on top at 11 under, which is Manu and Angad, and a shorter drift are Veer and Yashas. And this is Amit Dubey, your commentator, with my fellow commentator Ainish Aluwalia, and bringing you live coverage of the Delhi-NCR Open, powered by Nissan. It's a tournament which is a big part of the tour. It's been consistently been on the calendar, and professional golfers enjoy this track a lot. And Noida presents a good challenge as far as skills are concerned. It's got a nice mix of challenging holes and challenging greens, and so all in all,
Loved event by the players as well. I mean, it's a relatively challenging track. It's a fair challenging track, and I think players enjoy coming back here every year. And we certainly watch.
And you know what? Believe it or not, it's in Noida Golf Course it's so centrally located. People can come here easily also. So sometimes golf courses are always on the outskirts of the town, of the city, and it takes a while for pro golfers to get there. And, if you're playing, let's say ITC next week, it's going to be a task getting there for pros who are going to stay in Delhi. And Noida is so central, and it's so, and there's very good hosts to the pros. Pros always are treated with a lot of respect at Noida Golf Course.
Very well supported by members, and a lot of members come to the event in droves as well. So
Yeah.
players get good support, members and other spectators. Golf. So all in all, it's a great event, great place to be in at this time of the year. A little hot, still not as excruciatingly summer
No,
hot as it can
last
get.
year this event was excruciatingly hot. The ball was going a mile. I played it actually, and I hit a drive on number 17. I had like 8 iron left,
Oh, it's a long
and
ball.
I said, okay, let me just hit this low one. It was a little windy, and it went forever. It rolled forever.
You're right on cue. Talking about long hitters, we have Pukhraj on our screens, and our first look on number 16. A long, long, long par 3. And oh, that's a wonderful bunker shot, almost holing out.
Yeah, I think it's a signature hole at Noida Golf Course. It's played from right alongside a monument, which is a monument, which is erected for the war of Delhi between the French and the British. The Marathas siding with the French, and this used to be an ancient battleground where Noida Golf Course is right now. So there's a little bit of history to Noida Golf Course as well, though it's a relatively new golf course. It's made in constructed in the mid 80s and by the Bengal Sappers, which is engineering unit of the Indian Army. And as a result, there's always an army present representation on the board of Noida Golf Course, and it was a really good thing for a lot of retired army officers. You know, come and they take retirement and settle down in Noida, and the golf course is a huge part of that decision making where they want to settle down. Yeah.
And it's got a great member culture in Noida as well. And over the years, I've seen the infrastructure and everything get upgraded
It's the
and better.
second busiest golf course in the world, and the first busiest is also in India.
RCGC?
No,
BPGC?
no. One more guess.
Okay, let me think.
I'm give you a clue.
DGC.
Retired army people. Where will they play?
Chandigarh?
Yes.
Ah.
The retired Sikh army people. They are big golf addicts.
Yeah.
So this was determined by the maximum number of rounds played on any day of the year, and that was done. The maximum number of rounds played was at Chandigarh Golf Club.
Haji now for his par, and that's going to be
First bogey.
his first bogey of the day. A little disappointing for him. Quickly moving out.
Not really. He actually made bogey on number 13 as well. He had a birdie right after, so now it's just another bogey. A little bit of a roller coaster in the back nine.
As Badal gets ready for his par on the left, on our right, we have Rashid Khan, Hani Besoya, and Manu Gandas's group that consists of the tournament leader currently in Manu Gandas. They find themselves on the par 5 14th.
I think they're all waiting for Manu. Manu's in the green side bunker, not with that top left flag. Probably the best place to miss it. and that is in that left bunker. Is very relatively easy bunker shot. He just needs to. The ball will feed towards the hole there once he pitches it on the green. It's like he missed it at the right in the right place.
That's beautifully done by
Well
him.
done by our tournament leader Manu.
It's an impressive bunker shot from there. Sometimes these bunker shots where you have a lot of green to work with are not the easiest.
You know, this one, Inish, there's the ridge in the middle kind of makes the decision really easy. Now, you can't roll it up because there's a ridge in the middle. You need to fly the ridge.
I was actually thinking of that because you get two options and you're always confused.
Two options are always confusing. He had only one option. He had to fly the ridge and then let it feed. The good thing is once he flew the ridge, it would just feed towards the hole automatically. That's where the collection area is. Rashid on a little bit of a bogey run right now. Vikrant finishing up with 68 today.
Rashid waiting for it to break back, but did not give it enough speed there. So he's standing dejected, looking at that part. He expected better. It's going to be a tap in for him nonetheless.
You know, he's surprisingly long for his size. You know, he hits it quite far in it.
Hits it a mile.
Yeah, if you just go weight to power ratio, he's a Mini Cooper, right?
Absolutely.
So,
but he's not. It's not just pound for pound. He's actually fairly long also.
Yeah. He's fairly long. So, you know, the reason I'm talking about this right now is that Rashid can throw the ball a country mile playing cricket. Like he has such a strong arm. It's to give you an idea of how strong his arm is. On the next tee on the 15th tee on NGC, there's a water tank on the left. If you've ever noticed it, there's a water tank. You can throw it on top of the water tank.
I've played cricket with Rashid, and
he's got a strong arm.
He's got a strong arm. I think the most I actually admire about him is his. I won't say confidence. He's confident generally, but his attitude.
And another thing that our viewers might know, he can hit the ball almost the same distance left-handed.
I did not know that actually.
Yeah, he's ambidextrous. So that gives him that,
a pull from the left side as well. When he's swinging.
And just more coordinated also, and lesser susceptible to injuries. You won't see him holding on to any part of his body.
Manu now for his 4, and he does that comfortably.
This is just routine for him. He's been draining this for the last half a decade, I think.
You got to check the temperature on his putter. It's always running hot, no matter where he's playing, what time of the year, which golf course.
The cooler he stays, the hotter it runs.
Absolutely, it's the inversion theory for him there. It's a wonderful look at number 3 again. Those two.
You know, that mound in the middle of the green on number 3 makes it interesting. I always thought it took away a lot of pin positions on the green. I thought it was just something which gave us a couple of less pin positions on the green as far as the green staff is concerned.
Angad finds himself on the right side. Used to be a grass bunker. See a couple of hazard stakes there, so I'm not sure if there's water and he's hitting on the slope or it's dry, so he manages to lay it out of there and lay up.
Yeah, he's found that thing place I'd spoken to you about, which should be converted into a hazard as well. I think it makes the hole much more interesting. It's going to make you make one more decision whether you want to take it on or not.
Because the outer bound on the left and the narrow fairway is not enough. We need a hazard as well.
You know what? It's a 500 yard par
Yeah,
five.
I agree with you. It's a par
Like,
five, and I
you
think
know,
for the longer hitters, you can actually fly the hazard
you
with a
know
good
what?
hit.
The right bunker is a really good place to miss it. You hit a 3 wood off the tee, or say 3 wood like a soft fade off the tee, just short of the hazard, then take it on with a fairway with like a driving iron. If it comes on the green, well and good. Miss it in the right bunker, and if your bunker shots are half decent, you get it up and down at
That's a
least.
great iron shot by Veer Alawat there. He's going to have a
Very,
very
very
makeable
good.
look
Yeah,
on number
that's
three.
going to change a lot of things on top of the leaderboard if we gets to make
That's
three there.
probably one of the better iron shots of the day on number 14, using his.
On the right side because
Should be no more than a mid iron there. And
yes,
he's done a better job
it
than
might go in.
Veer.
It might go in.
Almost
Almost.
holding that out does Yashas.
Yeah, amazing shot by two of our from our leader group, Yashas and Veer on number 14, the par five. They're both within 5 feet for eagle.
Well, that must have been some shot to watch for the people following this
By the
leaderboard
way,
today.
Angad doesn't know that they've hit it that close. You can't see that ball from the fairway. They actually don't know how close they are. They know they're close.
Just good thing for Angad, he can't see, because it would have added pressure on him to
Yeah,
say that I've got a wedge in my hand and need to do better.
that's exactly why I said that. I said he actually doesn't know how close those golf balls are finished.
Well, Angad would want to put this closer than his playing competitors, which would be a heck of a shot, because they've hit some very, very crisp iron shots into number 14. Angad got that. I don't think the bunker is going to be in play for him unless he fluffs it or mishits it completely. He's got a little room to work with. He can choose to drop a shot and roll it, or he can choose to fly it all the way back. He's got a couple of options. Choosing to fly it all the way back,
Yeah.
but coming up short.
You know, probably it's not that easy a pitch because you know you can't over pitch it. It's on a downslope, and if you under pitch it, it's not going to release.
That's what happened with Angadi. It's just erring on the side of caution there. But that would mean that his birdie attempt is going to be a distance away from his playing competitors, as we take a look at number 16 again with Ajitesh, this time from over the hole. So over the hole on this line on number 16, the long iron, this would have looked good once it left his club off the tee.
Yeah, he's had a good run. He's birdied. He didn't birdie 14, but he birdied 15.
That's a great chip shot.
Yeah, good technique there for our viewers. This is how you need to hit a small pitch. I'm just going through our scores today. Our lowest run so far is by our leader Manu Gandath. He's 5 under today, blemish free. We have Vikrant Chopra who shot 68 today. He's moved to 4 under and a tie for 12th alongside Sakib, Sachin, Arjun, Prasad. Then we have Harshjeet Ajitesh and Karan Pratap, all 300 today.
And that's a disappointing lip out there. I won't want to miss those putts, does Harinder Gupta on number 16.
So, Harinder's been around for so long. Angad with his birdie putt on live feed 2, and Arjun with his par putt on live feed 1. Just narrowly missing out on his birdie on number 14, Angad. So that'll keep him at 11 under, one shot adrift of Manu. Well, Veer has a putt to tie Manu on number 14. Arjun with his par putt on number 16, the par 3. Using the whole hole. Even par today, 4 under for the tournament. And this is what Veer has left for his eagle on number 14. Using the whole lip. Yeah, I would have taken him to 12, but nevertheless, that's a birdie. Keeps him one shot adrift of our leader, Manu Gandas, in a tie with Angad at 11 under. Shas with his birdie, his eagle putt on number 14 now. Yes, so Ishas really needs this one. He's been trending backwards over the past 6 holes. He's giving a lot of thought. Ainesh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure he's very confident about the read on this putt. Let's see. Yeah,
Does
no
it
mistakes
wonderfully
there.
though.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of change on the top of our leaderboard. That takes Yash Haas to 11. Veer to 11 and keeps Angad at 11. Our leader is still Manu Gandas at 12 under.
I think Manu's going to pick up a couple of shots more going into the finish of today.
Yeah, he's got 16, which you can see. It's what the viewers can't see is how narrow it appears from the top, because these trees are on both sides, and it's almost like a bird's eye view leading into the green.
And you have a long club in your hands as well. I think
Yeah, it's
even the longer
230
it
yards.
is.
It's 230 yards to the front from the top, where you see Rashid right now. Yeah, so it's not, it's mostly it's a 4 or a 3 iron for most.
The longer players are also going to least hit a 5 iron, 4 iron, depending on the flag position.
And it's always a little bit of a log jam there because it's a demanding hole, and
less
I
than,
would
taking a
love to
little more
see
time.
what the average score on number 16 is today. So, yeah. Well, 50% have made par, 50% have made birdie. And there are a couple of big numbers. Amardeep and Ankur made fives, and there's been only one birdie. So it's playing a bit over its par today. It's more like a 3.5. So hence you see there's a little bit of a hold up from the group behind are waiting as a result of that, the difficulty of the hole.
I think you make a par here, you're picking up half a shot.
Yeah.
That's what I would assume. But a par would mean three really good solid strokes.
So we've had three eagles on number 8 now today. We have got Gaurav Pratap, Shivendra Sisodia, and Rashid. So for the reason for that being the way the pin position is,
More accessible.
so and these are good players, and they're all going to have eagle putts, and if the pin is more accessible, they'll have shorter eagle putts. As a result, you will have more eagles. Pukhraj,
Right there, number 17, coming up a little short.
he always looks a little angry. I don't know why. Am I saying, does it appear to you also?
Yeah, I think
Like
he's got
a
that. He's the
angry young man?
older brother in the family as well. I think with the older sibling, it's a tendency to be a little more serious. But he's very jovial otherwise.
He's a nice guy. I enjoy talking to him. I know his father also quite well. He's probably more bubbly than anybody in the family. But
I like how Pukhraj approaches the game. He's very um, he likes to play through his round quickly, stands in the tee, hits, doesn't want to think too much.
that only happens if you simplify your thoughts. Otherwise, you end up
Yeah,
thinking too much.
he he doesn't want to think. He wants to know where to hit and what to hit, rather than thinking what do I have to miss and what trouble is there, what trouble is that. Just goes about making his strikes and
So we have Shaurya with a relatively easy chip up the green on number 16. He's missed it exactly where you would want to miss it in case you do. I'm not, it's not missed it there purposely, but coming back to the choice you make of the shot determines where you miss it.
it's. I think that's an error.
Yes,
Judgment. I
surprising.
mean, it's not a very difficult chip shot,
It's
and
quite
certainly
simple,
not.
and we're playing clean and place, so you are going to get a good lie.
Yeah, I think just maybe lapse of concentration or probably that. I think I can't attribute it to any other reason.
Yeah, he's on a good run. He's birdied 14 and 15. So surprising to see him hit a chip like that.
That's a wonderful putt by Jay. Finally, after holding that putt in the back nine, he's gotten the speed of the greens a little better, making better strokes.
Yeah, he's pulled up his socks in the back nine. He was on this downward spiral, which but with birdie on 14 and 15. Beg your pardon, 13 and 14. It's back on track. So you're coming back to missing it at the right place. Nobody wants to miss it, but one good way of explaining this whole concept of missing at the right place is golf. If you take, instead of playing target golf, which is your flag, right? If you can make a goalpost, depending on what your accuracy level is that week, or your proficiency that week is, or your form that week is, you make a goalpost, and the goal post gets narrow with the smaller clubs, shorter club, sorry, and long wider with the longer club. You make your goalpost either side of the flag, or sometimes the flag is in the middle of it also, and try to score goals. And that way, your misses are better.
Yeah, I think you give yourself a margin of error and you're not putting as much pressure on yourself then. And your chances of making a better stroke, be it in putting or long game, it just increases.
Yeah. Things, it's how you manage your anxiety. You are going to be, if you're not feeling any nerves, that means you're not competitive.
And the sport is a game of misses. The better someone misses, the better they
Yeah,
play.
absolutely.
Oh, Dharma was walking it in. He thought he'd made it, and a little perplexed with what happened, he's taken a step back and tapping it in there.
Yeah.
The little shocker for him.
And yeah, you gotta. Sometimes it happens in NGC because it turns. Surprisingly, we've seen so many misreads right today. So you can never be too sure till it finds the bottom. Many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Absolutely,
That was the saying.
that was the case
Yeah.
for Dharma.
Dharma on that hole.
Jairaj with a good two putt. Moving on to the par 5, 17. Surely now it's a foot and a half, 2 feet out, but doesn't want to make an error here after that miscued chip shot.
And this is pretty straightforward. It's like a foot and a half straight down the hill. Here we have our leaderboard on the screen. Our leader is Manu Gadas. He's 5 under today, 12 under for the tournament. A short adrift are 3: Yashas, Chandra MS, Veer Alawat, and Angad Chima. Ajitesh having a really good run today. He's at 3 under and 7 under for the tournament. So you can see a little bit of daylight between the leading pack and the chasers. Then we have Karan, Harshjeet, and Shaurya at 6 under. Abhinav and Sachin at 5 under, bringing up the top 10. A good view of what our penultimate group has in front. It's the 230-yard par 3,
It's like a
16th hole.
short drivable par 4 is 16.
Yeah, you can see everybody's out with a long club.
And that is Honey with a rescue, so
Must be
playing long, yeah.
into the wind. Yeah, because Honey's rescues a lot of club on this hole.
And he's missed it on the right, quite a bit to the right, in fact. So depends on what lie and what line he gets out of the trees. whether he'd be able to go towards the flag or not. And even if he does, it's not going to be an easy up and down.
Yeah, three would make you gain half a shot to the field here. Yeah, and Rashid is just doesn't look extremely excited about that.
Leaning to the right would
Shot.
indicate he's maybe missed it a little left of where he intended it to go.
Yeah,
I can't imagine most of the players taking this flag on. I think center green would probably be the more aggressive line here.
absolutely.
I think the flag's out of the
Oh,
question.
Surya's on the bag. Okay, he's on a so Surya is he's caddied for a lot of players: Jyoti, Arjun Atwal,
Jeev.
Jeev, Chaurasya, now Ajitesh, and he's pretty decent golfer himself. His sister Radhika used to be with Tiger Sports when Tiger Sports managed the PGAI. Dharma unleashing one on 17.
Full swipe. 17, you want to be aggressive. You have to be also. I mean, there's a little ditch in the middle, and
You know, in earlier times, the trees on the left of the tee, they were not as tall as they are. So you can actually hit a little high, like a draw of the 17th into the eighth fairway. I've hit a pitching wedge in. It actually finished in line with the hazard of the eighth. So it was like more like a 100 and
you get that little kick off the
30.
downslope on the eighth as well.
Yeah, so it finished absolutely almost right in the hazard of the eighth, and it was like a wedge to the back right pin. So, but those were yesteryears. Those trees have grown
Quite a bit
significantly
now.
now. You can't hit over the trees anymore.
Arjun Prasad and the starting of the green there. Just short of the green, actually taking a wedge out, so he's going to choose to roll it up.
I like this green also. For it you know that again that diagonal ridge across the green presents a little bit of a challenge as far as your pitches and chips are concerned.
Absolutely, I was going to say that. I think it makes the wedge shots tougher, and
And
it's good
just because
defense.
of that ridge, when you're hitting your second shot, and if the pin is over the ridge on the back of the green, you actually don't want to be in the front bunker.
So well done chip by Arjun Prasad there, leaving himself about 2.5, 3 feet coming back.
Yeah, he's even par today. He's at 4 under. Could most likely birdie putt coming up.
It is interesting how the golf course was designed. I mean, with the equipment today, we can see the scores we are getting, but I think around the time it was designed must have been a much tougher track. It's still not easy. We still don't see scores here the way we see through the year on other golf courses. So
You
the
know
golf course has a
the
lot of defense.
the sad part is because earlier there was lesser water scarcity. Now the golf course is getting a very restricted amount of water a day, and Noida golf course does not have water reservoirs. They don't have water hazards as such. So the golf course doesn't store its water, and as a result, the fairways don't get watered as much as they should. But if we were to water these fairways, and it'll play fully. These greens get really tough because the ball's rolling now, so you're getting shorter clubs in. If I were to make you hit 8 iron into number 13 instead of a wedge, it would change. Same as 12.
Absolutely.
Same. It's just because the roll is 20, 30, 40 yards because of the water scarcity.
Absolutely. I think it's a very well designed golf course. Even with the even with wedges into some of the greens.
Yeah, it's not easy
It's
wedges.
not
Yeah.
easy. We don't see scores, which is why what Yashas did yesterday, managed to shoot an 8 under par, was highly impressive. And Honey ended up on the other side of the course,
And
no
he's
number.
actually done a really good job to get it that close.
Yeah, I think just getting it on the green from that side was impressive for him. Um, I mean, he's given himself a putt, which is more than you could have asked for after that tee shot.
Yeah, he's having a day he can forget. He should forget quickly.
Now, a tournament leader, Manu from over the hole, he probably went with a longer club. He's got clear sight, but still not an easy chip shot.
Yes, I'm surprised to see him short-siding himself. That's surprising.
Choosing to fly it almost all the way to the green, but
Yeah.
no spin there at all. So he's gonna look at a left to right curler from quite a distance away. So um, interesting to see if Manu can save that par and keep his scorecard blemish free today.
Yeah, knowing him, he's not in thinking about. He said, "Okay, let me just make sure I take five out of the equation."
I
Four.
think
Yeah.
if I have a feeling if he holds this putt, this this momentum is going to carry not just to the next couple of holes, but also maybe to tomorrow. Sometimes these par saves, these uncanny par saves, are very important in a tournament. Is making birdies or eagles.
Completely agree with you. This is, and he's from what I've seen over the past few times that I've commented, and I've seen him on top of the leaderboard. Anytime he's in trouble, he makes sure that it's minimum. There's no big scores on the scorecard. He's missed it in the wrong place there. That top over the green actually was past pin high in the on the 15th fairway. It's miss that is quite big in the wrong side. And so he says, okay, he said, let me take five out of the equation. If I make three, well and good. Four should be confirmed.
I think that is such an important aspect of the game is because you're going to make errors, and damage control becomes of umpteen importance.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing with Manu. Like we've been discussing since morning, he's got the right approach to things. He doesn't get flustered easily.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put him past. This is a relatively easy part, I can tell you. He's not pin high, so it's uphill, which reduces the borrow.
And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a wonderfully done par by him. I mean, it's not even surprising at this time, but it is very, very impressive nonetheless. I mean, he hit it over the green, put the chip shot here, and like you were saying, he backs himself with those 15, 18 footers.
it takes he takes the risk is out then. So as a result, small mistakes uh, you can make up. Big numbers, it takes you a while to make up. You saw what happened at the Indian Open this year, Soderbergh making big numbers. He finished in the top five, but can you imagine how many big numbers he had made? He had like quadruples and triples.
Yeah,
If he had just made bogey on all those quadruples and triples, it would be a different ball game.
Honey overboarding there and missing his par, which would put a little more daylight between him and his playing partner Manu Gandas and Rashid now for his attempt at a three. And again, he's rammed it through that break. It just that stroke felt a little jerky. I think he's just unsure of what he's doing on the green, which is a very, very rare occurrence for a player of his caliber. But speaking of Manu, I mean, he just impresses you at all levels. If he puts himself out of play, he positions himself back and then he just backs himself on making and saving that par. And he did so, giving perfect example to all of us on number
And
16.
we've seen a lot of people putt today on these greens. He has left only one putt shot on number 10. and you could see the disgust on his face. I knew, and I remember telling you that okay, he's got ahead of himself for the first time today, and you could see him and like, and moment he did that, he knew what he had done. It didn't happen again after that. He didn't allow himself to get ahead of himself.
That's a big quality in a player as well, and I think that's an automatic approach to all his rounds. There's a similarity in how he plays, whether he shoots 70 or 62, as we watch Yashas on the difficult number 16.
And they are thinking he's made two, right?
Yashas on the left side, just coming up short, not the worst place to be in. An ideal miss, if there is one, especially on this hole, number 16.
Songat's bogeyed number 15 to go backwards to 10 under now. So there's Manu at 12, then have Veer and Yashas at 11, and Angad at 10.
Angada just making sure with the sorry, that's Veer Lavatamti. Just making sure he has the right yardage. And on the screens on our right would be Rashid with the
He's
driver.
going to go after this.
He's going to go after this. I was going to
He's
say
not very
that. I
happy with
think
himself.
he is going
Yeah.
to break the ball in half there.
Yeah. Yeah, he just went out of his shoes and went back inside.
He did exactly that. I think he's eagerly
And
looking
see
on.
the difference in personality. Yeah, you can see it. He's so fiery, and this guy is the Iceman. You know, like there's fire and ice in the same group.
Third member of this group coming off a bogey on the previous is Angachima. He seems to have a little rescue in his hands. Probably a high little left to right fade. Did started right of his
Yeah,
playing
yeah.
partners and has taken it up really high. And I think he's missed on the short side.
Not sure where that ended up though, but all in all, wrong place to miss it.
And I think that can be a tendency. Sometimes you're just trying to do hard and
You know, if you've seen him on 14, he missed it right. 15 we didn't see. Then he's missed it right again. So you can see there's a little bit of a right miss happening with Angat right now.
Shaurya finds himself playing number 17, but is on the other side, which would be the 8th
Yes.
fairway.
Yeah, top left, no, not the best place to be. Yeah. But the good thing is that the golf course, he's got a bit of room to land it between. You see where the closely mown grass is. This ball needs to land somewhere there. It's enough. The greens are soft enough also.
He managed to get a lot of spin there.
But he's played it out to the right because from what I saw just now, I knew that he was blocked off by the trees a bit because the pin is on the top left. So you can see he's played it off to the right. Sometimes that shows a lot of decision making character that you when you're 50 yards away, you want to take on the flag no matter where you are, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh,
Whoa, that's a big bump there for Jairaj.
It's a good chip.
Yeah, with the putter. I think he's probably a little confused with what happened there. It did come up
I think it's one of
short.
those false fronts. He was taking it on. He was just off the green, so it's like it gives you that little ramp effect. It's like those dirt bikes, just take off. Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he's still going to be quite a way back on that one.
Yeah, and generally balls, a golf ball which bounces instead of rolling comes up short because it takes a lot of momentum off. Interesting to see. So let's see. Let's predict the total score for the leader group on number 16. I'm saying 11.
I was gonna go with exactly that. um,
But we
okay, let me go
say
with
10.
10.
Yeah.
Let me go with
Because we did a
one
good
bogey,
job
two
yesterday.
pars.
Yeah. Yeah, he's left himself a very makeable putt there. And surprisingly, his putt has been really cold today. We haven't seen him make anything of substantial length. Manu has made putts. He's had made at least 120 feet of putt today, at least. And I don't think Veer has done. The only birdie we saw him make was the two birdies he's made. One was on. He should have made eagle on number. Okay, I think it's going to be 9. His ball came back in play. So Veer has just made one birdie on number 13 on the back 9, and then he made a birdie on where he missed eagle on 14. Then he made a two-putt birdie on number 1. Not Yeah, and then he made a birdie on two-putt birdie on number 8. So basically, his 3 of his 4 birdies have been two putts, and one has been a very, very, really good putt there by Shaurya.
Beautifully holed by him. I think he's just been hanging on by a thread, and him making that putt going into 18 would be a very good feeling. Leaving
Yeah,
himself
absolutely.
left on the eighth there.
There's some, our viewers can see how important good decision making is to getting a good score. You can see that he took his medicine, played it out to the fat side of the green, and he made a putt. And we saw Manu do the exact same thing on number 16.
Absolutely, and as the day is progressing, almost coming to a close, the winds are picking up as well. Jairaj there,
Come on, go ball.
online but coming up short. A little bad luck, a little unfortunate to have had that little bump. And we come back to the 16th. Veer Lawat making a little comeback and
He's going to prove you right.
narrowly missing that putt from the lip. Did not have enough break. I think he made a good stroke.
Just not made anything today.
He's just not made any
Yeah,
putts.
that's one of the very few greens he's missed.
Well done by him when it comes to ball striking, but not making enough putts is Veer Lawat on the day. You can still be positive. He still has 2 holes left. We're still under par for the day. And as you watch Jairaj on number 18 going through his routine and Yashas going through his for his putt. Jera taking a full swipe there on number 18. Quite the confident strike. By the looks of it, looked like he had a good shot, but staring it down might have gotten an unlucky bounce as Yashas ends up making his little putt for par. Angad from over the hole there. Now he's going to have his tap in.
So I think you're going to win that one. Heinesh, it's 10.
10 3
Three,
pars,
four?
I think. We got.
No, we missed his.
Oh,
Three,
he
three,
was for
four,
his
so you
par.
won,
Oh,
yeah.
yes. Dharma with his type on number 18. It's almost an automatic. Players like Dharma, it's just so seasoned.
Yeah, he's what's this? Baby draw on it.
All the
Like a
time.
loop, nice
Sure of what to
baby
do.
loop on it.
It's an interesting finishing hole as well, 18 and
That
NGC.
hazard makes it so interesting. This is the 15th tee. You can see what the golfers need to do. It's right to left. If you're a left to right hitter, you need to improvise.
And this is the look at number 16 from the tee box.
I think if he was playing with that, he was trying to move it left to right. He should have teed it off more to the right of the tee box. You can see how narrow the shoot is. We were talking about it earlier. See, Honey likes to move it right to left, so this is so much more comfortable for him on 15. And this is our leader group on 17.
You see on the
Yashas,
boards, 556
Veer
yards.
and Angad. We're dropping back a shot to 10 under now. So it's Manu at 12 and Yashas at 11, and followed by Veer and Angad at 10. He's been plodding along. He's nothing spectacular today. He's just 2 under, but looks like he's more, right? But he's not. So that's a characteristic of a good player. You end up saying, "What did he shoot?" And you say, "Oh, 400." Really? Didn't look like it.
I think the best golf is the most boring golf as well. Leaning a little to the left, might have pushed it to the right a little.
You might want to do it on number 17 because it's you don't those trees on the left make you do that. So though there's getting over that thought of the result going left is what will make you a more solid player. Thinking of the but your
Anga's
mind.
gonna have no thoughts in his head.
I think he's had a few right misses, Einish, over the past few holes. So
Which I think wouldn't
let's
put him
see
under
if-
too much stress on this hole.
let's see if he's found amends to it.
Seems to be content with that drive. Quick pick off the tee.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
A little more aggressive, I think. Do you think that could be a reaction to the frustration?
He's had a really a day he can easily forget, and from the looks of it, it looks like that ball wasn't lying very well in the bunker either because Honey's a good bunker shot player. There was no spin on that, so that shows
Could have had a bad lie.
yeah. The only time a pro golfer of his caliber can't spin it from the bunker is when he has a bad lie. And the third member of this crew is our tournament leader, Manu Gandas. We'll be really keen to see what he's got left.
Manu would definitely want to pick up a shot here.
So he's in Shaurya Bhattacharya territory.
And again, interesting to see what line he might have or not have. Depending on that, he might have to go left or right of the flag.
So he's tried to cut one in and double crossed it for him to hit it there. Because he's past pin high on the left. And it's generally happened when you double cross a cut. It goes a bit longer, has no cut on it. Hence the misses. Long and left.
Manu ready for his shot as Honey watches along. Manu coming up a little short.
Tournament director having worked with Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Manu, actually, a short miss is not too bad from there, because it was a tough shot. There's a lot of undergrowth there, some bushes, some trees. 5 from there is a good score. When you miss it there, because that's probably the worst place to miss it.
So I think Honey, they're choosing to tap it in with his wedge. Manu might actually even think leaving it short, he has a better chance of holding a chip.
This is really straightforward.
Than it is to just maybe go over by being too aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And Jairaj there readying himself for number.
I wouldn't put it past him holding this chip, Ainesh. He's got momentum with him. He's made the right decision. He's left himself with the easier shot.
I'm actually almost expecting him to chip it in.
Yeah,
that's how good he is. That's the quality he has.
Come on, Manu, prove us right.
And he almost did it. I was hoping he chipped it in so we could have coined a new term, the commentator's blessing.
Yeah, but you can see the calmness in the whole process. He's
the clarity of thought.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be over aggressive, lest he go over the green and it's a much tougher up and down, and maybe even go in the bunker and exaggerate the error. Instead, he just said, I could roll it up. If it stays short, great. If it gets on the green, perfect.
Yeah.
That's wonderful clarity of thought. And Shaurya now, not in the most ideal positions. Green side bunker on the left of number 18 with the flag on the back tier.
And he chooses the most simple shot when it comes to a chip. There's no fireworks or heroics. It's just pitch, like a pitch and roll, like a simple, not trying to do too much with the chip. So just shows like he's simplified everything and makes life easier.
Yeah, absolutely does. So exactly what he plans on doing through his game. Executes it perfectly as well, I think. And I think he's one of those players who doesn't necessarily shoot bigger numbers because he just hits it that well. So he does miss it here and there sometimes, and he puts himself in trouble as well. He just manages damage control like number 16. He accepted a 4 after that tee shot, and he made, which is why he gave himself at an opportunity at a 3. and he made that putt. And now on number 18 with a slightly different strategy than the other players we've watched, going with something which is less than driver. Not sure if that's a rescue or a 3-wood. And carefully looking on, which indicate he's not happy with the strike, maybe, or walking off the tee box. And on our left, we have Dharma coming up a little
He's
short.
hit a club which is not going to make it to the water for sure. And he's going to back himself with his approach. He knows if he hits it within 15-20 feet, he has a really good chance. He's not going to try to boom a drive, give himself a wedge, try to hit it stiff, and then make birdie. Gerard with his birdie putt on 18.
Jared left himself in a good place. You've seen a lot of quality shots from him today.
Yeah, he's hit the ball really
He's
well.
just had a little struggle with the putter, but some very, very good ball striking.
Even a good roll though.
Oh, could have been the change of script, would have carried that momentum in, leaving himself a little shy of the hole there. It's pretty much, he's made a couple of putts, but he's also had a few 3 putts and missed a few short ones. So
He's still 1 under.
still 1 under, yeah. That's the quality of ball striking he had today. It's quite impressive. He has been playing well. He made the cut at the Indian Open, shooting a 4 under in the second round to do so. Not easy always.
At DLF, it's a good score. I was watching that the winner that week, Kato Nakajima. I was really impressed by how he played that golf course. It's a tight track.
He's one of the best amateurs in the world. He's pegged to be a top professional golfer as well if he transfers those qualities into professional golf.
Yeah, he held the number 1 ranking as an amateur for the longest term. I think it was like for 2 years or something before he turned pro.
Coming up a little short of the
Yeah, we
hole
have
there
a
as well.
few-
And as the day progresses, the greens usually get a little slower as well.
Yeah, the grain gets a little more prominent and slows it down, especially the uphill putts.
And it is an adjustment, and sometimes it's those subtle differences are what is the difference between starting the round and ending a round.
This is Yashas on number 17. He's got with his approach. And remember not being very happy with his drive, so laid up with his second shot. Yeah, really good approach there. He thinks he's closer than he is because you can't. There's a slope. You can't see where the ball finishes. It's got a serious amount of purchase on it. Come up a bit short. Angad, see, sizing up what he's got left with his chip on number 17. He's got his hybrid out. Or is that a putter? Yes, he got his putter out. So he's see. You can see it. He's not made to the water hazard, and he's backing himself on hitting it on the green and holding a putt.
I think it also goes to show that you're standing on the tee, you know you're not going to make the water hazard. You can put a more confident strike, and of course, just look at
Yeah,
that
hit
iron
close
stroke.
and make birdie. So this just shows how much confidence he has in his ability.
I think there's just so much to learn from him. Just seeing just the way he approaches the game and just the way he actually executes everything as well, never getting ahead of himself.
You know, the widest part of the 18th fairway, if you can fly that fairway bunker and stop it short of the water, it's the widest part is that part. And he's hit it exactly there. He's he's hit the right yardage, hit it the fat of the fairway, taken everything out of play. The water is not in play anymore. Honey with his approach into number 18.
Oh, he's missed it a little. It's not a bad position actually. He's short-sighted himself, but he's on a little upslope. He doesn't have too much of an option. He has to hit a good chip, but
Got a
it's
fiddly little chip coming
it's
up.
doable. He can stop it close to the hole.
You know, the way momentum has been with him today, he would have preferred a putt.
He would have.
He's 5 over today, very uncharacteristic of Honey Pasoya. 5 over today, even par for the tournament.
No harm there. Missing it a little on the higher side.
Yeah, good effort from there. Not sure what that was for. With his length, I can only assume that was an eagle attempt. Well, Dipankar's talking about Dipankar because he's a local and a friend, and yeah, all in all, not bad. He's had a pretty decent showing. He's shot 1 over today. Rashid with his chip on number 18. So this is what Yashas has left to join Manu at 12 under. This is a fiddly little chip, you know. If he just overhits it, he'll run it by 6, 7 feet.
And he just holds it out.
Oh, yeah. Thank God that was a commentator's curse. He went the other way.
Oh, and that's
Yashas
wonderfully
making
done
his-
by Yashas as well. So we see some putts and some chips being made.
There was a moment in time that you should have hit a shot. It would have gone in.
Yeah, I wonder how many golf shots around the world were hit exactly in that moment. It must have turned out to be great.
That would have been the moment when somebody is hitting his tee shot on number 10.
Oh, yes. Golfing gods, they do give at the end of the round, they do. A Honey story today feels like of a club golfer
Lunch
tossing
will
himself
taste
to
a
the...
bit better.
Absolutely.
He's still in red figures. By the way, Rashid made eagle. I'm going to see Rashid's scorecard. Okay. 1, 2, 5 bogeys and a double bogey. And one,
Angad not making that one go in.
2, 3 birdies and 2 eagles.
That's just how he plays. It's like on the days he's not making an error or two, he's shooting at 64. He just plays that. He's always making his birdies and he's always making those eagles.
Okay, this I feel will go in, and I hope I'm right because this,
Be a brilliant finish to
yeah,
a well
this has
deserved.
been a round of golf worth watching again and again.
And never ever a doubt for Manu
Given it to him, he
Gandas.
could have kicked it in. His
I feel
solid.
like he can kick it in from like 20 feet out. He's just so good. There we have the leader, then Manu Gandas capping off a wonderful round three. Indeed, a moving day for him, moving to the top of the leaderboard.
He's with that birdie takes him to 13 under, 6 under today, the low round of the day. Rashid is cleaning up. Oh, finally he made a par on the back nine. He's had birdies and eagles and bogeys. Even par today. 6 under for the tournament in sixth position. Alongside Karan Pratap and Abhinav. Sorry, Karan Pratap only. Abhinav is short adrift at 5 under. This is Jashat with his tee shot on number 18. Good. Another one going with a driving iron. Inish, keep taking the water out of play.
Very different approach than the groups before that, and nothing wrong, right, with either one of them. It's
I
just
think
how
it's
you
just
choose to play.
comfort level, that's all. Because you can got a little ahead of that one. As long as he carries the fairway trap, he's found the center of the fairway eventually. He's come back, he's got a good kick left.
And see, we have
Veer can
Veer.
actually carry that the water hazard. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm sure. Veer
It's
will no
280
longer does.
yards to the water hazard. So, and they've moved the tee up a bit. They're not using the absolute back tee because that part is more on the left. So, this is about 265 to the water.
An aggressive
And
swipe and
285 to carry it. Yeah, and he's might get line of sight relief from our broadcasters.
he's okay there. I think as long as you have a clear line of sight, you're fine. Whether it's in the rough, the rough in Noida has never been significant. Unless, of course, you're around the greens, then it makes
The
it a
trees,
little
man.
tricky.
It's the trees.
It's the trees.
I think he's going to get relief from the signage board that he's behind.
Angad also going with the driver. Angad's not got the length that V does, but he does definitely pack a punch as well.
Yeah, he's he's very accurate off the tee. I watched him over the past few events. He's pretty good with his with that long stick of his.
Perfectly done there. A little puff of dust coming off the fairway to indicate the fairways are dry and hard.
I think he landed in a divot
Could have been, as long as he's not
because he
in
didn't
it.
get that much roll because I expected it to roll more.
Actually, a
than that.
little more,
Yeah.
yes. Let's take a look at Shaurya. Slow motion from the face on number 15.
Yeah, it's a must draw hole.
What do you think of that swing?
Well, you can see from the setup, like he likes to move it right to left. It's a very draw bias setup, which is, and you can see when you see a golfer whose knees buckle through after they hit the ball, it just shows you biomechanically that they don't have the strength in that particular part of their body to sustain the movement.
And one of the better swings on tour is Jairaj. Again, a look at our leaderboard as we have Yashas has an opportunity to match Manu's score at 13 under par. Manu Gandas has finished his round and finds himself the clubhouse leaderboard at 13 under par, and followed by Veera Lawat and Angad Chima at 11 under and 10 under par, respectively. We have Ajitesh making a nice little move up the leaderboard, rounding out the top five at 8 under par, followed by the young, aggressive Karan Pratap Singh at 6 under par, alongside Rashid Khan also at 6 under par. Then followed by three golfers sitting at 5 under par would be Abhinav Lohan, Arjun Prasad, and Jairaj Singh Sandhu.
You know, the way things have unfolded today, it's very reminiscent of what transpired in Tollygunge. You know, he was behind, and then he had this really good third round, and he got into the lead, and then he just pedaled to the metal, and he just powered home, and there was, everybody fell aside at the end. And there's very lot of similarity how things are unfolding here to how they unfolded at Tollygunge.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
Switches off his phone during the event. He does not listen to any social. He doesn't want to know what people think of him, whether it's good or bad.
That's what
Yeah.
Shubhankar did as well last year at the British Open. I remember for the entire week, I think the day before the Monday of the British Open, he switched his phone off and didn't turn it on till the Sunday when he had the top 10 finish. And I think
Yeah, he played
sometimes
fantastic, man. That week I was watching him. He held his nerves really well. It was a tough tournament with the weather conditions that were there that week.
and he had a very, very average putting. I think he outstruck everybody with his ball striking. He was very, very superior. And Yashas now, similar play to what Manu
He
had. And
likes to move it right to left. This is right up his alley. Let's see if he can just keep his rhythm and execute. Maybe half a club short. I know she was.
I think it's like,
Half a club off.
I think
yeah,
Yash has
right.
found himself in between clubs a couple of times today. And
Yeah, at least he's not overcooked it. Like
Yeah.
on number 10. Okay, he's going to make maximum, he's going to make his four there. It's fine. It's not the last hole of the tournament.
But I think that's what maybe that going with half a club shorter and trying to be aggressive with it was also a reaction to what he did in number 10.
Yeah.
Over clubbing and trying to just hit a soft one into the green. Anga now in the ideal position. Right side of the fairway, has a short club wedge in his hands, flags tucked back. He can be as aggressive as he pleases.
Yeah, he's got a wedge. And this is green light zone. You want to hit it within maybe a little bit too much adrenaline.
I also pushed it out to the right, but that was the play. That is what he was trying to do, just didn't
No,
pull it off.
When it goes right, it goes short. He's pumped up a bit. He's got, they removed the board itself. There's no, now they've removed the board. It's a clear shot now.
Yeah, maybe there's a little swing restriction, but I think he won't have too much distance to contend with, so he should be able
I think
to
he
manufacture
he
something.
needs to get out of his stance and take it again. So not sure where that shot ended up,
I
but
think just a little left, maybe in the bunker, just over it, perhaps.
well, we just missing it the green on the left from the rough there. Looks like we might see Manu in sole possession of the lead by the end of the day.
I would love to watch Yashas make that putt, but by sheer statistics, it seems like Manu's going to be holding on to the lead, walking into round four. What I'm a little confused by is to if I had to make a prediction, I'm not sure because if someone was to ask, can Veer come from behind and win it? I'd be like, yes. Will Manu hold on to his lead? I'd be like, yes. It is just
Who would you, if you was, let's say you were to put your money, would you put the money on Manu holding ground or Veer catching him?
I think I'm gonna put my money on Manu holding ground because
Me too. And he's not holding ground. He's reaching our 16 under for sure.
he's picking up strokes because I think the quality that Manu has is he's not making a lot of errors.
Yes.
And he does manage to make birdies
He
as
made
well.
no errors today, Inish. He's blemish free, 6 birdies, 12 pars.
And that's all very difficult to do on a golf course like Noda as we watch Veer with his chip from the left side over the bunker coming up a little short. He definitely would want to finish this hole with a par. He's going to feel like he's given away more than a shot if he misses it. But let's not hope that happens.
Yashas with his birdie putt on number 18. Let's see whether he can join Manu on top.
Oh, he gave it a good run at that.
You know, it's tough to hit it till the hole from there. It's quite
Absolutely.
slow.
I think out of all the times I've played number 18, coming from below the hole to going up is always difficult. For some reason, there's more slope than you actually feel, but that's a wonderful two putt for him and a wonderful round of golf as well. So Yashas is going to find himself chasing the leader, the closest one to the leader, in fact.
Yeah, he's gonna be in the company of Manu and Veer most likely by the end of today, unless Angad has to say something about it.
Choosing to go with the putter, flag high from the right.
He's had a good putting and chipping week, so wouldn't put it past him. Given a good roll, Inish.
And comes up a little short. Maybe the fringe caught up a little more than he was anticipating, where it was right on line.
It looked a little closer than it felt.
It did look a little closer, but a tap in for him nonetheless. So, Angad,
One under.
one under. I mean, it's not bad, but
He had it. He was in command after after the third hole, after those two early birdies. But then that derailment on number six with the bogey. Then again those two back-to-back bogeys on 11 and 12. And 12 was completely unnecessary. He was coming from the center of the fairway.
It just goes to
Yeah.
show how much more, how impressive Manu's round was, given he played bogey free. And there were a couple of opportunities where the course could have taken a shot back from him, but he just comes out with that putter of his and he says, I'm going to hold whatever it is. And those crucial pass saves, I think, would be the difference in tomorrow's round.
I think I spoke to him before, after the third round of the Tollygunch event that he won. And let's watch Veer with his power putt on number 18.
And that's wonderfully.
So our last
It would be
group A
relief
is
for him.
going to be
Relief for him too.
Manu, Yashas, and Veer tomorrow.
The two
13th.
DLF boys, and joining them would be Yashas.
From Mysore.
2 under par round for Veer.
This is not part of a tournament. These are the members who are playing on the golf course, just in case you were wondering. The members have waited.
They watch the golf and they want to go emulate it, and they've teed off as we watch the leaderboard.
They've been dying to get on the golf course because they know golf courses are prepared, pristine for tournaments, and it's a real pleasure of playing on a golf course once you have held a pro tournament, because the maintenance standards go up a notch or two.
Absolutely. And here's a final look at our leaderboard after round 3. One more round to go. We have Manu Ganda sitting at the top at 13 under par, followed by Yashas M. Chandra at 12 under par, followed by Veer Alawat and Angad Chima at 11 and 10 under par. Then we have the veteran Ajite Sandhu, 8 under par. And we find Karan Pratap Singh and Rashid Khan at 6 under par. And at 5 under par, we have 3 golfers, Abhinav Lohan, Arjun Prasad, and Jairat Singh Sandhu. So a great mix of some multiple tournament winners, order of merit winners right on the leaderboard here after round 3. And it's going to be a special Saturday tomorrow. Round 4, we'll be bringing you the coverage. Would be me, Ainesh Aluwalia, and my co-commentator, Amit Dubey. Right here from the studios of AVP, we'll be bringing you the live coverage right from the start.